Ms Hager.
Commissioner, I appear with Ms Jones.
Yes. Are there... Ms Fallon.
Commissioner, I appear for the State of New South Wales with Ms Mendel.
Yes.
Commissioner, I appear with Mr Hall for the Commonwealth.
Yes, Mr Kaplan.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Borski. I appear with Ms Hillman for the Jewish Community Organisations.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Yes, Ms Hager.
Commissioner, in this hearing block, we will examine guidance, training and frameworks to respond to anti-Semitic conduct in different domains, including ways in which government agencies and institutions can counteract and prevent manifestations of anti-Semitism. In particular, the hearing will consider how social cohesion may be enhanced with education and policy frameworks related to anti-Semitism for government decision-making in workplaces, the healthcare sector, schools and the arts and creative sector. The hearing blocks to date have examined a number of responses to anti-Semitism, including law enforcement and regulatory responses, institutional responses, including at universities, and security measures to guard against anti-Semitic incidents and respond to them as they occur. These are all very important issues, but we've also heard through a number of witnesses, as well as submissions received from the public, that another important issue is how to educate and train our leaders, decision makers and the community, not only to respond to anti-Semitism when it occurs, but also in the hope of reducing anti-Semitic attitudes and incidents in the first place. What is required is cultural change, equipping people to understand the Jewish community, to recognise what anti-Semitism is and how its impacts are experienced, and the organisational frameworks in place to address it in the hope of reducing incidents of anti-Semitism over time. It's only with cultural change that we have any hope of reducing, for example, the need for security measures for the Jewish community, which are presently necessary, but which the community wish they didn't need. As the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism has observed, while extreme hatred may need to be countered using the levers of law enforcement, education is the best antidote to ignorance, hate, and the most prevalent forms of anti-Semitism. Recognising the role of education, the federal government, in response to the Special Envoy's report, established the Anti-Semitism Education Task Force, chaired by Mr David Gonski, AC, who will give evidence in a later hearing block. I've previously addressed on the work of that task force, which covers early learning, primary and secondary education. The importance of education applies to all forms of racism. And to that end, the federal government has also recently announced the establishment of an Islamophobia Education Task Force and a Social Cohesion Education Advisory Council. Our first witness today will be Rabbi Mendel Kastel, OAM, CEO of Jewish House and a Rabbinical Fellow at the Great Synagogue in Sydney. He will address a number of issues, one of which is the importance of guidance and training across various sectors, as well as organisational measures that can be taken to provide reassurance to faith communities accessing government services. We'll then hear from Dr. Breann Fallon from the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, who will speak to the museum's education programs. While focused on the Holocaust, she explains how they are a form of civics education, because they are designed to encourage ethical reasoning, empathy and respectful dialogue, and the ability to recognise prejudice, challenge misinformation and engage constructively across difference. Similarly, later in the week, Michael Zervos, OAM, CEO of Courage to Care, will explain how that program in schools, drawing on aspects of Holocaust history, is focused on helping school students to be upstanders, including by teaching universal values of empathy and recognising how hatred can escalate into violence, which are, again, applicable across all forms of discrimination and prejudice. In a later hearing block, we'll hear from Together for Humanity, an educational organisation that works with schools to combat prejudice and advance belonging and inclusion, particularly through interfaith and intercultural programs. As I said, this hearing block will examine guidance, training and governance frameworks across 4 key areas. First, we'll call evidence today addressing how an understanding of anti-Semitism is embedded into government decision-making and workplaces. This will include hearing from Ms. Joanne Talbot, who's an acting Deputy Commissioner of the Australian Public Service Commission, and Ms. Kathrina Lowe, the New South Wales Public Service Commissioner, on the codes of conduct that regulate public sector employees and the training in place to address anti-Semitism and racism in the public service more generally. We'll also hear from the Head of Immigration at the Department of Home Affairs, Ms. Clare Sharp. She will speak to immigration officials' powers and practices in assessing whether visa applicants or visa holders have engaged in anti-Semitic or other hateful conduct. Her evidence will illustrate that there are various processes in place to flag those who are at risk of engaging in hate speech and various powers available to refuse or cancel a visa in that context. Next, we will examine the healthcare sector. Those witnesses will appear tomorrow and will include a health services researcher who's provided the Commission with a submission analysing literature addressing anti-Semitism in the healthcare sector and identifying various systemic issues and recommendations for change. Mr. Justin Untersteiner, the CEO of the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency, who'll outline the actions taken by APRA to prevent or address anti-Semitism and other forms of racism amongst regulated healthcare practitioners. Ms. Sonia Marshall, the Chief Executive of the South Western Sydney Local Health District, who'll outline the policies and training in place for staff, as well as the responses taken by the local health district to the incident regarding the 2 nurses at Bankstown Hospital in February 2025. Of course, in circumstances where there are pending criminal proceedings regarding that incident, we'll be careful not to traverse the detail of those allegations. On Thursday, we will examine what is currently being done in the primary and secondary education sector to educate students and staff about anti-Semitism and appropriate responses to it. We heard a number of accounts in Hearing Block 1 of the experiences of Jewish staff and students at schools around Australia. We'll hear more of those experiences this week, including from the CEO of the New South Wales Board of Jewish Education, which provides religious education in New South Wales public schools and has increasingly been tasked with assisting with restorative education when anti-Semitic incidents occur. Repeatedly, we've heard of anti-Semitic comments being directed towards Jewish students by other students or even teachers in some instances. And in some cases, these have been raised with the school and prompt action was taken. But we've also heard of pleas being made with school leadership, both in government and independent school settings, for delivery of further education on anti-Semitism, but those requests not being taken up on those occasions. As a result, the opportunity for broader cultural change was missed. We'll hear evidence about programs currently in place to educate students and staff at primary and secondary schools about anti-Semitism and racism in general. As I mentioned, Courage to Care is one organisation delivering education to school students, and we'll hear from Mr. Zervos about its work. Dr. Suzanne Rutland will also be called to speak to her research on racism at schools and her suggestions for addressing it, including through education, leadership accountability and providing safe spaces for affected students. We'll hear again from the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Ms. Segal, on how she has commissioned UNESCO, the UN educational, scientific and cultural organisation, to develop training and resources for Australian schools, teachers and education policymakers to address anti-Semitism and discrimination in schools. Trials of the UNESCO Professional Learning Program in New South Wales and Victoria commenced in March this year, and an evaluation of those programs is underway. The pilot is scheduled for rollout in Western Australia this term, with other jurisdictions to follow soon. Departments of Education in all states and territories across the country have furnished information to the Royal Commission about the measures they have in place for recording and addressing instances of racism. While witnesses from those departments are not being called in this hearing block, the material they have provided will be useful to you, Commissioner, in formulating your findings and recommendations. As I've noted, Mr. Gonski will appear in a later hearing block to discuss the other work that's being done at the primary and secondary levels, which includes a review of the curriculum to incorporate learning on anti-Semitism and to strengthen an understanding of Australian values. A social cohesion education hub has also been established to provide resources to teachers, school leaders, the early childhood education and care sector, and parents and carers to help tackle anti-Semitism, combat hatred and build social cohesion. This week we won't be focusing on the tertiary education sector because the Commission has already received evidence in the context of hearing block 4 about the training that's currently being rolled out at various universities. In that hearing we also heard about the work being done by Professor David Sluky to develop anti-Semitism training, which has already been taken up widely across the sector and has recently received $1.5 million in funding from the federal government to support its expansion across the country. Finally, on Friday, we'll examine responses to anti-Semitism in the arts and creative sector. In hearing block 1, we heard from a number of witnesses in that sector who felt that they've been targeted, cancelled, or marginalised for being Jewish. Often this involves Jewish creatives wrongly being held responsible for the actions of the government of Israel, assumptions being made about their views regarding that conflict, or having their participation in creative spaces being conditioned upon them taking a certain position on Israel. In hearing block 1, we also heard about the doxing of 600 Jewish creatives, an event which has had a significant and lasting impact professionally and personally on those involved. Professor Sluky will be called on Friday to speak to the report of the Monash Initiative for Rapid Research into Anti-Semitism on anti-Semitism in the cultural and creative industries. His team spoke to 95 participants in that sector, including artists, philanthropists, arts industry leaders and representatives from major arts organisations. His report describes Jewish creatives withdrawing from former networks or public roles, citing a sense of cultural homelessness. The report notes that anti-Zionist discourse has become deeply embedded within the sector, creating, in some circumstances, a hostile environment where Jewish stakeholders with diverse views on Israel find themselves collectively demonised. The report notes that social media platforms have become sites of political mobilisation and harassment, with calls to boycott Jewish-affiliated organisations and individuals. It documents reports of Jewish philanthropists withdrawing funding to reduce potential risks to the artist they have supported and to themselves as funders. The report records the impacts of this conduct, including loss of work opportunities, reluctance to attend performances or arts venues, preemptive behaviours to hide Jewish identity or connections to Israel, and heightened stress and impacts of intergenerational trauma. The Commission has received a number of recommendations regarding measures to address these issues, including arts organisations implementing clear guidance and training around anti-Semitism and how to respond to it, conditioning the grant of funding to arts organisations having appropriate governance measures in place to address anti-Semitism and discrimination, ensuring that funding agreements are drafted so that action can be taken if a recipient of funding has engaged in anti-Semitic or other hateful conduct, having clear and transparent complaints mechanisms in place, and taking steps to welcome Jewish creatives back into cultural events and spaces. Recognising the limitations inherent in regulating private organisations with private funding, many of the submissions the Commission has received are directed towards the powers and practices of government bodies or recipients of public money. With that in mind, we'll hear evidence from Mr. Tim Blackwell, the Acting CEO of Creative Australia, which is the Australian Government's principal arts investment, development and advisory body, to speak to what mechanisms they have available to address conduct that is anti-Semitic or racist in nature, including what, if any, steps they can take by way of refusing or cancelling the grant of any money given to an individual or organisation that engages in such conduct. Mr. Blackwell will explain that while the standard terms of Creative Australia funding agreements do require the recipient to comply with applicable Commonwealth, state and territory work health and safety laws and anti-discrimination laws, Creative Australia, he says, does not have a role in monitoring or enforcing the conduct and communications of artists who receive funding. It generally relies on evidence from law enforcement or regulatory agencies before it takes action in that regard. His position is that Creative Australia does not have the power to undertake its own investigations and assessments as to whether or not a recipient's conduct has broken the law. We'll explore with him what, if any, improvements can be made in terms of Creative Australia's ability to respond to instances of anti-Semitism. Mr. Blackwell will also speak to the work of Creative Workplaces, which is a part of Creative Australia responsible for promoting fair, safe and respectful workplaces for Australian artists. It provides sector-specific resources that help organisations to understand and meet their workplace obligations, including content on bullying, harassment and discrimination, as well as policy templates for use by organisations in the creative industry, such as codes of conduct and unacceptable workplace behaviour policies. Creative Workplaces has also recently conducted a survey in consultation with the Special Envoy, the Centre of Jewish Artists and the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation to assist Creative Australia to understand the working experiences of people in Australia's creative industries. While that project is in the report writing phase, no doubt its outcome will be useful in formulating recommendations for change going forward. Commissioner, as with our general approach to hearing the lived experience of members of the Jewish community, evidence of lived experience in this hearing block is adduced not for the purposes of the Commission making a ruling on whether certain conduct was anti-Semitic or whether the particular organisational response adopted was appropriate. Rather, it's brought forward to understand the experience of Jewish Australians and for the purposes of making recommendations for the future. That is, to explore what measures should be in place to minimise the risk of anti-Semitism occurring and to ensure instances as they arise can be responded to appropriately. Commissioner, again in this hearing block, some witnesses will be giving evidence under a pseudonym. In respect of those individuals, there are of course non-publication orders in place prohibiting the publication of their names or other identifying information, and it may be a criminal offence or contempt of the Commission to breach such an order. And I note again that the Royal Commissions Act 1902 of the Commonwealth and its state equivalents contain statutory protections for witnesses. Witnesses who give evidence to the Commission should not be subjected to any form of vilification or abuse for doing so.
Indeed they should not, Miss Hager. Thank you for your opening. I note that we have a pool camera here, so I'm going to take a very brief adjournment just to enable the camera to be removed.
Commissioner, I call Rabbi Mendel Kastel OAM, who's present
Yes.
in the witness box.
Will you take an oath or make an affirmation, Rabbi?
Affirmation. I'll do affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please
Yes.
say I do.
I do.
Could I ask you to state your name, please?
Rabbi Mendel Kastel.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission dated 20 July 2026, is that right?
That's correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
Is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, which has the doc ID stat.899.0001.0525_R.
Yes, the statement will be admitted, Ms. Hager.
Rabbi, you are the CEO of Jewish House, is that right?
That's correct.
And I'll ask you in a little while a bit more about the work that Jewish House does. You are, in 2014, you were also made a Rabbinical Fellow of the Great Synagogue in Sydney.
That's correct.
And you also currently serve as chaplain to New South Wales Police, New South Wales Health, St Vincent's Hospital, Prince of Wales Hospital, and the Sydney Children's Hospital,
That's correct.
as well as at Redham House College.
Correct.
And you've previously served as Commissioner on the National Mental Health Commission.
Correct.
Could I then ask you to describe what sort of work Jewish House does?
So Jewish House is a crisis organisation, so there's many organisations in the welfare sort of space, but we sort of focus on crisis, which is, if you like, the pointy end. Very similar to in the health system, we've got an emergency room, which is very available all the time. Triage, a lot of varied services. A lot of the services are quite an intense amount of the services, but short term, and then refer them to appropriate services as needed. So it's that real pointy end that we focus on.
Before I get to asking you about your observations across various sectors that you've had experience in, your statement starts by talking about your own lived experiences of anti-Semitism as well as those of others that you've spoken to. And could I just start by asking you about paragraph 7, where you make some observations about the cautiousness in expressing Jewish identity that you've observed. Could I ask you to speak to that topic?
Sure. So I've been in Sydney for over 35 years working in community. I came here originally as a student, and part of the work that I was doing is to be able to engage with the community, to make them proud, to teach, to do children's programs, community events. And one of the things that we were doing for a Hanukkah celebration was we were putting a sign across the bridge at King's Cross. And there were a number of Holocaust survivors who contacted me and were concerned to say, you know, we shouldn't really be too proud as Jews, we should keep our identity quiet because of their experience in the Holocaust. And I explained to them that Australia is a safe place and we should be proud to be Jewish, and Australia embraces all cultures. And that was the modus operandi, I guess, for a number of years, where people felt safe and they felt comfortable and they felt that it was a nice thing to be able to share their culture, their religion, as well as learn about others. So therefore, that was I guess a turning point for me and an education point for me of how to engage with community. Unfortunately, more recently, it's been very difficult.
So that incident with the banner you described was back in 1993. Have you noticed a change at a particular point in time about the confidence with which the community expresses their Jewish identity?
I think October 7th was a particular turning point where people are a lot more nervous, but even more so after Bondi. As well as the nurses' situation at Bankstown Hospital. These were different things that really put fear into people and created a real sense of feeling unsafe, as well as, unfortunately, on the other side, people feeling that it's okay to say whatever they want to whoever they want, whenever they want, and get away with it because it's not technically illegal, but it still is done to be able to abuse people, to intimidate people, to terrorize people, and that's not okay. And that's something that we're finding is becoming more normalized and where we need to start seeing change.
At paragraph 9 of your statement, you recount an incident at the Great Synagogue back in December 2024. Could you tell us what happened on that occasion?
So I went along to this event at the Great Synagogue. As we mentioned, I'm a rabbinic fellow of the Great Synagogue, so I go back to events from time to time. I was coming a little bit late to the event, and as I was walking along Elizabeth Street to the entrance of the synagogue, the entrance was closed. And I was told that I would have to go around the other side because there was a protest across the street. And as I was walking down the street, people standing there with big megaphones screaming, "Baby killer," which is not very pleasant, and it's not something that anybody needs to experience walking down the street. Being called a baby killer for something they don't even know what my views are. All they know is that I look Jewish and therefore I'm a target.
Could I then come to ask you about some of your experiences in the healthcare sector? And as you mentioned before, you're a chaplain with New South Wales Health. What does that work involve?
So there's a number of different aspects to being a chaplain. First of all, I'm a Jewish rabbi in a hospital to be able to support patients, staff, and even visitors. We're there to be able to help. We also play a role more broadly to be able to be part of committees in the hospital, to give education. But interestingly, as a chaplain, although I'm a Jewish rabbi, chaplaincy sort of cuts across all religions and cultures. We're a team. And I often tell the story on one year on New Year's Eve, I usually do the midnight shift to 6 in the morning, and one year they couldn't find an Anglican chaplain at 2 o'clock in the morning, and this little finger calls me over and says, "You're religious, you'll do." But that's really Australia. It's where we can work together, we can cover for each other, and really be there for each other. And that's part of what's so beautiful about chaplaincy across the board, whether it's in the health sector and police and other parts of my work.
At paragraph 13, you've noted some of the concerns expressed by some members of the Jewish community to you about what they are experiencing in the healthcare sector. Could I ask you to describe some of those concerns that you've heard?
So there's a number of different incidents that have come forward, and one of the big ones has been the chat groups where doctors have been targeted, kicked off groups, abused. So that's not in the hospital setting as such, but more outside the hospital setting, but it is for doctors and professional health staff. We have had situations where there are patients that have turned on doctors. In one case, a doctor being called the Zionist pig. I'm not going to be treated by the Zionist pig. But I must say that overall, my experience in the health sector has been, at least in the hospital sector, has been very warm. And after the Bankstown nurses, I must say that I was nervous to go there myself. I didn't know what to expect. I called colleagues to say, look, make sure that if anything happens, you know where I went. But I went to Bankstown Hospital, and the warmth and the kindness was just fantastic. Across the board, didn't matter what religion, which culture, everybody was welcoming, appreciative. We did a video together with a Muslim chaplain and almost had an audience cheering us on, saying this is so wonderful and so important. For Hanukkah, after December 14th, we actually had a Hanukkah celebration at Bankstown Hospital where Jewish staff came out with their kippot and Jewish symbols and put on the tefillin, lit the menorah. So there is a very good culture within New South Wales Health, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And the good thing is that there's a willingness to be able to do it, and I've been working very closely with them. It's a bureaucracy, it takes time, but there's definitely a lot of positive feelings within the health sector in New South Wales.
And what was the purpose of that video that you created with your Muslim colleague?
So what we identified that after the story with the nurses, there was real fear. To the extent that even my discussions with New South Wales Health was, should we create a diversion or another way that people can get health care because they're too afraid to go to a hospital? My answer was absolutely not. We need to make sure that hospitals are safe and people feel safe in hospitals. And that's, I guess, the beginning of an overall sort of process. But what's happened is that people are concerned about going to hospital. People are concerned about putting down on their admission form that they're Jewish. People are afraid. I've had people who have an Israeli accent who are afraid to sort of talk to the nurse because they'll pick up that they might be Israeli. So there's real fear out there. There's a lot of catching up to do based on some of the things that have happened. This is a problem that has been there for many years. So even before October 7th and December, there has been people that have been concerned about putting down their religion. But what we saw after the nurses incident, St. Vincent, for instance, was taking calls from patients all through the hospital saying, please take my religion off my record. So there's real fear. So what I did was I called my Muslim counterpart, who I knew was also a chaplain at Bankstown, and I said, we need to go down and meet with the team at Bankstown. We went and met the CEO, had a discussion, and then said, I think it's time that we do a video to say to the community that we are making sure that the hospitals are safe. As somebody who's worked in New South Wales hospitals for over 35 years, that's not the kind of behavior that we expect in the New South Wales hospitals. And the video was a reassurance to the community that that's not what New South Wales Health is all about. And if somebody needs to go to hospital, they should feel confident that they'll get the appropriate care.
At paragraph 16 of your statement, you set out a number of other initiatives that you're working on with New South Wales Health and CEOs of various local health districts. Could I just ask you about a couple of those?
Sure.
So the first one is a support line for Jewish patients and staff as part of the Raise It program. That's currently running at the moment, is that right?
So there isn't a formal reporting pathway yet. There is a process that's being developed. It's gone in different directions. At one point it was going to be part of the Raise It protocol. At the moment it's looking like that it'll be a separate protocol where people will initially raise it similar to it. First raise it with a more senior staff member if you experience something, nursing unit manager, and then there'll be a form that people will fill out, which will then go to the leadership of the hospital and the LHD and be overseen by the ministry, so therefore they can actually keep track of the number of complaints, where complaints might be, and how they're being dealt with.
I see. And so is that then going to feed into data collection about the number of type of complaints?
Yes, it will feed into data collection with the view of probably every 6 months to have a report, but at the same time, if we're getting information that there's particular issues in a hospital, we can jump in earlier to be able to get that data and to make sure it's dealt with.
And is it in contemplation that there'll be new policies and procedures in place for dealing with complaints of that kind?
Yes, so there's a review of policy and procedures to be able to look at how that particular program works, but overall how the code of conduct, how people behave in hospitals, as well as the also the expectations from patients, so how they treat doctors and staff, as well as how doctors and staff behave towards patients and others.
You also mention in paragraph 16 a review of hospital policies regarding appropriate dress and conduct in the workplace and online, including display of political symbols. Well, why is that important in your view?
It's important that people feel safe. And often, and with everything that's going on outside, people feel that if there's somebody who's pushing a particular agenda, they might prejudice or change the care of that particular patient, and we can't have that happening.
In the current climate, Rabbi, would you consider that it would be desirable that nursing and other medical staff not wear a pin with either the Palestinian flag or the Israeli flag?
Yes, I would support that.
You also mentioned the virtual chaplaincy services in hospitals for isolated or vulnerable patients in regional and rural settings. Could you describe the work you're doing in that space?
So this is an exciting one because it's actually moving along quite quickly. And there's a trial just about to be rolled out. So New South Wales Health has developed technology to be able to make sure that people, no matter where they are in the state, where there might not be a rabbi, a priest, a sheikh, that they can still get the appropriate pastoral support through this virtual chaplaincy platform. So that's at the moment being tested in 3 different locations, looking at the different settings, but hopefully that will become something that will be rolled out across the state.
Could I then ask you about some of the recommendations in the healthcare sector you've included from paragraph 42 of your statement, one of which is mandatory antisemitism and discrimination training for all public hospital staff. What sort of training do you envisage?
So since I've written this, I've actually had to do all my mandatory training in the health system, because what I'm looking to do is to become accredited across the state. So each LHD has got its own, or local health district that's got its own trainings and procedures that I need to go through. So I've got a real pile of online trainings to do. And what I can see is that this is probably an area that needs to be improved. So while we do fire safety, we do patient care, we do make sure germs are not spread, all kinds of great things and important, but I think we need more of a focus on understanding the importance of hate speech, religious discrimination, etc., to be included as another item in the training.
And is it also important in your view that once a level of cultural competency has been obtained in the healthcare sector, that the next step is reassuring patients and staff that competency is there?
Absolutely. So I sort of describe it as, religious competency, but then there is also the trust. So to be able to then get the message out to the community that there is that training it has been done, people know what to do, and when you get there, they will know who you are and what you need. And in order to do that, we're looking at a number of different things. One is a resource so that we can become curious about each other, learn about different religions and cultures. So that's something that we're working with the health system to be able to, it's almost like a cheat sheet, to be able to just some basic information about that religion and culture, some quirky things about it so you can sort of connect with somebody, and then also have a chaplain or a welfare service that you can then connect that person back to their particular religion or culture. But other things like the kosher cabinet, which we've set up in a number of different hospitals, and there'll be different sizes depending on the need, or even the traditional mezuzah to be put up on the front door of a hospital, which basically somebody walks and they go, they're thinking of me. I'm safe here. So I think they might sound like little trivial kinds of things, but I think they're really important. And we found that post-Bondi in the hub that we worked closely to make sure that the community will engage with, whether it was kosher snacks or whether there was a table there where rabbis popped in and saw people as they came down to the hub down at Bondi, or the putting up of the mezuzah on the front door, the scroll on the front door with the premier and Rabbi Ullman, who was the rabbi of Chabad Bondi. So these kinds of things make a huge difference, and we see it on the ground in how people react and how people trust the particular service.
You also mentioned at paragraph 44 that APRA should conduct a review of its processes for handling complaints of anti-Semitism and other kinds of religious discrimination. What are you envisaging in that regard?
As I mentioned earlier, the feedback that I've got of different people who've reached out and said, we've made complaints, we've raised issues, and they weren't listened to. And they feel very much let down by that and feel nervous about making complaints or standing up for themselves. And I think it's really important. I understand some work has already started to be done at APRA, and that is fantastic, but I think there's still a lot more work to be done to make sure that, as we said, that there is the cultural competencies out there, but also that everybody feels safe.
Could I then ask you about your observations in respect of schools? At paragraph 21, you discuss a range of concerns that you've heard from students and parents. Could you tell us about those?
So, in my experience working at Jewish House, we have we're a crisis service, but we provide counseling and support, and some of the work that we do is supporting people who are experiencing anti-Semitism, to be able to reassure them, to give them guidance, whether it's with jobs or, in this case, in education. The kinds of stories that parents tell us about experiences that their kids have had on the bus or in the playground is very concerning. There has also been situations where teachers have said something or used different kinds of material in the classroom that made children feel very uncomfortable. I relate a very interesting event where a school that I'm involved in was doing the play Sound of Music, and how they would deal with Nazi uniforms in that particular play. And I must say, the school was fantastic and worked together to make sure that the kids felt safe and that they changed the script a little bit, or the outfits a bit, so they were army uniforms, but they weren't Nazi uniforms. So there are things that can be done to make people feel safe, and that's important.
And you made a number of recommendations from paragraph 46 of your statement about education, one of which is teacher training.
So teacher training, again, is important, and one of the things that I'm working with the education department, so one of the hats that I wear, which wasn't mentioned, is I'm a board member of a philanthropic organization called Warrata Education Foundation, and post-Bondi we've put some money forward to be able to help with social cohesion, and we're also going to be building a resource similar to what we talked about in the health sector to be able to provide education about all different religions and cultures, not just Jewish, but all religions and cultures, because my belief is we need to start becoming curious. Words like anti-Semitism are about pushing back. How do we then move forward to be able to say, it's not, don't discriminate against me, but I want to be able to engage with Australian culture. I want to be able to meet all the different cultures and learn about them. So creating a resource there, which can then be used by teachers, by staff, even students, to be able to learn about each other, and to start creating a culture about thinking about how somebody else feels when I say something or I behave in a particular way, which is so important, because we're not going to be able to legislate ourselves out of this. It's about culture. It's about teaching people to behave in a way that makes people around you feel safe. Getting into somebody's face and saying something, even if it's not illegal, is still wrong. And that's the kind of messaging that we need to be able to teach and encourage people by setting an example, and teachers are there to set an example for their students.
On the topic of child safety, you've made some observations about how the child safe standards might be used in this context. Could you speak to that topic?
Sure. So I spent a lot of time working with the children's guardians, the different people who were there, and also looking at expanding the child safe standards and the reportable conduct scheme. So therefore, it's something that's really important to me, to make sure that children feel safe at school. And while they were set up initially to make sure that kids feel physically safe, particularly from sexual predators, etc., I believe that putting into that recommendations to include safety around religion and culture is a great opportunity, particularly in New South Wales, where they're being reviewed at the moment.
Another area you cover in your statement is the experience of members of the Jewish community in workplaces in general. At paragraph 23 of your statement, what sort of concerns have you heard in that regard, and what recommendations do you have for change?
So Jewish House, we have a jobs program where we help people get jobs. And what we're hearing is people feeling really uncomfortable in many cases in their current job environment, where they're being looked over for promotions, excluded in team rooms, made to feel really uncomfortable in their workspace. And in some cases people are saying, look, can you help me find another job because I can't stay where I am? Or in some cases we provide some counseling, some guidance as to what they can do to be able to try and work through the issues in their workspace. So therefore it's important again for workspaces to understand that this is something that's creeping into all places of society, and in workplaces where people should be professional and provide services, whatever kind it might be, we need to make sure that those places are safe.
And at paragraph 51, you make a couple of recommendations in this regard. One of which is a suggestion that the Fair Work Commission and the Australian Human Rights Commission should issue some guidance to employers on religious discrimination.
So I think that's important because, as I said, there are so many different moving pieces to this issue of anti-Semitism. And what we need to do is we need to try and gather as many of these pieces as we can to try and start changing culture. I know this afternoon you're meeting with the Public Service Commissioner, and we had a chat about what can be done there. They employ over 450,000 people in New South Wales. What can we do there to start changing culture or have an appropriate culture? So all these different places are really important, and some of the organizations that can provide examples and guidance are the Fair Work Commission, the Human Rights Commission, and therefore we should be working closely with them to develop more cultural guidelines so that people can actually work towards something we'll need laws for more serious things, but creating a culture where people respect each other, people think about each other, people think about the impact of what they're saying, or how they behave is really important.
There are a number of other initiatives that Jewish House is pursuing that you refer to in your statement, one of which is the Navigating Antisemitism platform. Could you tell us a bit about that?
Sure. So, as we talk about, there's lots of moving parts to anti-Semitism. So navigating anti-Semitism is around supporting people who experience anti-Semitism, to help give them some guidance, to give them support. Yes, there is one part that says where you can go to report incidents of anti-Semitism. There's another side that says if you need to see a therapist, you can go there. But then in the middle, we have a whole resource of different kinds of things that you can look at to be able to self-guide. We have particularly a course that's been developed using Jewish knowledge and psychological principles to help people work through some of the feelings that they may be experiencing because of anti-Semitism, whether it's in the news, whether it's things they see online, but how do they create a pathway through for themselves, looking at things like agency, purpose, realism, to understand what is really going on versus a lot of the noise. And that's a course that we developed called Unbreakable. That's available on this page. We also have a number of podcasts, including one with the Human Rights Commission, with the Secretary of New South Wales Health. So really trying to have different kinds of resources to help people through this particular time until when we fix it. Please, God.
Could I also ask you to describe the One Mitzvah campaign that you refer to at paragraph 31 of your statement?
This one is very emotional for me. As you probably know, I lost my brother-in-law in the attack on December 14th. As we go through mourning and the difficulty of that, we're taught in Jewish values that the way to move forward is by embracing good, creating more light. And therefore the idea of creating a mitzvah campaign to encourage people to do more good deeds was very much in line with what Rabbi Eli would have liked, but also very much with the values that I've been taught by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who initially sent me out to come and be here in Australia and do the work that I do. So when I went to meet with the minister, who we now call the mitzvah man, Minister Camper, him and Joseph Laposta both stepped in and said, absolutely, we're going to do this. And within 2-3 days, they had a website up, the Premier announced it, the Prime Minister spoke about it, ministers across different parts of government, as well as the Governor General, embraced it. And thousands of mitzvahs have been collected of people doing positive things to be able to make Australia a better place, to make the world a better place, and to really start bringing us back together, give us an opportunity to do tangible things to make things better for the Jewish community, but really for all communities across the world.
And that campaign involves participation of people across all faiths and backgrounds, is that right?
Absolutely. And I went to the Premier's multicultural dinner, and everybody comes up to me and says, I've done my mitzvah for today, I've gone to the dog shelter and my kid has donated to X, and we went and gave food to the homeless, and just so beautiful. And that's really the Australia that I've come to, and that's the Australia that I really enjoy working with, where people are about doing mitzvahs, about helping each other, about being kinder to each other.
At the end of your statement, at paragraph 59, you observe that the Australia you believe in is one where people of all faiths and backgrounds can live safely, contribute proudly, and support one another with dignity and respect. Despite the stories and concerns that you've heard from members of the Jewish community, do you still have hope that that can be achieved?
Absolutely. I hope it can be achieved, and I know it will be achieved. I can say from the work that I've been doing, besides coming here and the warm welcome that you've provided for me, and the compassion that the Commission has provided to so many people in the community, listening to our stories, our concerns, is heartwarming. But also my work with the different bureaucracies and politicians and others who embrace the ideas that we're putting forward, who want to hear what we can do, is very, very encouraging. And as somebody who's worked in the community for so many years, for instance, in our homelessness program at Jewish House, we've helped over 10,000 people find housing over the last number of years. They come from all backgrounds. They're not just Jewish people. They come from all backgrounds, and we proudly believe that our work is to help everybody. And we do it as a team. We can't do it all on our own, but we do it as a team, and that's what makes Australia so wonderful. And the more we embrace that, the more we are sensitive to other people's concerns, feelings. Even if I'm legally allowed to say it or allowed to do something, I don't have to do it if it's going to bother somebody else. And once we embrace that, it's like a prayer that I say 3 times a day, that we pray for peace. Oseh shalom bimramav. You know, God who creates peace on high should bring peace into this world, in every part of the world, for all peoples. And this is the way we're going to move forward. And therefore, it's a definite yes from me for moving forward in a positive way.
Thank you, Rabbi. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes, just a couple of things, Rabbi. You invited a Muslim colleague to your son's bar mitzvah. Can I ask how long ago that was?
Well, he's 32 now, so it's nearly 10 years ago. 20 years ago.
And your colleague expressed at that time some diffidence because of the way his community might treat him for going to a Jewish celebration of that kind.
That's correct. So it was my son's bar mitzvah. It was around the time of the Lebanon War.
Yeah.
And he was really concerned that his community would see it as if he's somehow betraying his community by going to a synagogue or to a Jewish bar mitzvah, which was unfortunate.
And when things settled, albeit perhaps not for long, but after that, in terms of internationally, was there a lessening of tension between Jewish and Muslim faith leaders?
Absolutely. Jewish and Muslim leaders have worked together for many years. You'll hear from my brother Zalman, who does Together for Humanity, about the incredible work that they do together with Muslim communities. So there's nothing to say that we can't work together. Definitely in Australia we should be working together. We're not going to agree on everything, but one thing we can agree on is to be kind to each other, to demand from the Australian society to be kind to everyone, whether you're Jewish or Muslim, Hindu, Christian, doesn't matter. It's a universal message of unity, and if we do it together, we have a much better chance of getting it done.
Next, and the purpose of my next series of questions relates to this. The Commission has heard submissions suggesting that it would be desirable to control the capacity of people to protest outside religious institutions. And you might be aware, Rabbi, there are constitutional constraints on limiting the right of people to freely assemble peacefully. So I'm interested in the 4th of December 2024 incident, because there are some instances in which limitations on protests have survived constitutional challenge, but they need to be fairly tightly circumscribed. So the protest that you spoke of near the Great Synagogue, was that actually immediately outside the synagogue, or was it in Hyde Park directly opposite?
It was in Hyde Park directly opposite, but it created the fear and the security concern to the point where the front gate was closed, and then the synagogue was locked down, and they only let people out a few at a time, so that they don't create too much of a spectacle, if you like, and interact with people. And the concern that I have with protests is that while they may not say things that technically cross the line, there is a whipping up of people in a sense of hate and turning against people. I know that when I walked through the city earlier on, when there was a protest and somebody came up and right into my face and went Yahud, which basically means Jew, they came from a protest. There's this whipping up of hate, of instead of focusing on the issue that you want to be able to talk about, it's taken on much more of that. And that's something that affects the Jewish community, it affects the Muslim community, and it affects all communities. And we need to really look at how we manage that in a way that doesn't ruin social cohesion.
And one further subject area, and it relates to Holocaust education. In Perth, the Holocaust Institute that is just, I think, about to open, is featuring an approach to Holocaust education that involves treating the Holocaust as an example of the fact that all of us have hate within us, and if it is allowed full reign, one can end up with something like the Holocaust. So there is an attempt to make it relevant to young people who come to the Institute by pointing out that it is something, that hatred is innate, that it could bubble up in any community, and look where it ends. So that's one model. In another Jewish community, when I discussed that model, there was a degree of pushback by people who said, well, the problem with that is it's treating the Holocaust as just an example out of many, and there is something unique about the industrial killing of the Jews that was achieved following the final solution. And I'm interested, Rabbi, in what your response is in terms of the approach to Holocaust education, and at what age you think, with your background, it's appropriate that we try to teach school children about it.
So it's interesting, and if you ask a Jewish rabbi, he'll say, some say this way, some say that way, right? But we're told in the Bible that when the child is born, they're a wild child, and you need to tame them. So therefore, within each person, we have the ability to do good, and we have the ability to do bad. We have different characteristics in order to help us do good, but some can use those to do bad. So therefore, there's an element of a sense of managing your feelings and behaviors. With regards to the Holocaust, it's a particular incident, as you said, where there was a systematic approach. And what happened there is where regular people all got wound in to this final solution, which is horrific. But as from talking to Holocaust survivors myself, who've come into my office crying and saying, this is happening again. What do I say to my children? What do I say to my grandchildren? For them, it's real. And some of the behaviors that we're seeing at the moment remind people of the Holocaust and are of real concern. And that's why it's so important that we have the education, we learn from past experiences to say, this is where things can lead to. And we need to address them as quick as we can.
Yes. Well, Rabbi, all I can say is thank you for your evidence and thank you for your work. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, could I suggest that we take the morning tea adjournment at this
Early
point?
morning tea adjournment, Miss Hager. Always radical. Yeah. Ms James.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next witness is Dr. Fallon.
Dr. Fallon, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Could you please state your name for the Commission?
My name is Dr. Breann Fallon.
And your address is known to the Commission. You have prepared a statement for the Commission dated the 14th of July 2026, is that right?
Correct.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, the document identifier for that statement is STAT.899.0001.0482_R, and I tender that together with the annexure BF1.
Yes, the witness's statement and the annexures will together be received as the one exhibit.
Thank you. Dr. Fallon, you are the Chief Executive Officer of the Melbourne Holocaust Museum.
That is correct.
And when were you appointed to that role?
I was appointed to Chief Executive Officer in October of 2025.
And had you worked at the museum prior to that?
That is correct. I joined the Melbourne Holocaust Museum in 2023.
And what was your role prior to being the CEO?
I was the Head of Experience and Learning.
And before you were working at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, is it right that you worked at the Sydney Jewish Museum?
That is correct. I was at the Sydney Jewish Museum for 6 years, finishing in the role of Head of Learning.
And you're currently a board member at the National Holocaust Memorial and Education Centre in Canberra?
Yes, that is correct.
So you say in your statement that you've worked in Holocaust education and museums in Australia for more than a decade.
Yes, that is correct.
And you have a PhD from the University of Sydney in religious studies, is that right?
That is correct. My specialty is in the psychology of the everyday genocide perpetrator.
And you previously worked at the University of Sydney?
I did. During my PhD, I was fortunate enough to teach in that department for approximately 3 years.
What was it that drew you to this field of work?
That's an interesting question. I stumbled into this field of work during my studies, and it was something that really drew me in the sense of understanding the mind of the everyday person and why they choose to adhere to certain ideologies. It was only later on in my career that I found out about my personal connection to the Holocaust. That wasn't a driving factor, but it is now a very important part of that.
And so although you yourself are not Jewish, you have described in your statement that you have a connection to the Holocaust. Could you describe that?
Yes, I hold probably a surprising position in that I'm not Jewish and am heading up the Melbourne Holocaust Museum. I have a personal connection in that my paternal grandparents were targeted as part of the Nazi regime, as part of the other groups that the Nazis deemed to be a threat to society. My grandfather was taken as a Polish political prisoner and he was incarcerated in Mauthausen, and my grandmother was taken as a Polish Arbeiter, a forced labourer, and taken into Germany for slavery.
In your statement, Dr. Fallon, you've described that from your perspective, Holocaust education is not only about the past. Can I ask you to elaborate on that perspective?
Absolutely. Holocaust education is a preventative measure. It looks at the past to help every Australian, every person who engages with this history with skills and ways of thinking that help us in the present. It is fundamentally education that is both history education and civics education, in that it teaches skills that are focused on critical thinking, on empathy, on democratic resilience. And so as much as it is about the past, it's about the present and the future as well. And at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, we have a learning framework which really focuses on character strengths, particularly for young people, that we hope that they take into their future as active citizens.
And you've described in your statement having seen firsthand the effects of Holocaust education in terms of how individuals can come to understand contemporary forms of hate and prejudice. Could you speak further to that experience?
Absolutely. So there is a lot of anecdotal evidence that suggests that sort of change, but we also have independent qualitative and quantitative evidence at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum that shows the impact of that change. So for example, in 2025, 97% of students that took part in our programs at the museum said that they would positively change their behaviour after visiting our museum. I remember last year we had a Year 6 student, she was going down the stairs back to the bus, and she turned around to her teacher and she said, "Every Victorian should have to come here." And I will never forget that sort of small person and that really heartfelt statement in terms of the actual behavioural change that we see when visitors go through our programming. It's important to note that that's not just students and young people. We also have adult programming as well. And referring to paragraph 29 in my witness statement, you will see some of the data in terms of our latest social cohesion program, The Space Between, where 91% of participants reported a better understanding of anti-Semitism, 88.5% reported increased confidence engaging in respectful workplace dialogue, and 88% indicated an intention to change their future workplace behaviour. I think it's important for us to understand that for many years, Holocaust education was based on anecdotal evidence, but we also have independent data that shows us that impact.
Thank you, and I'll come to ask you some more about the details of those programs, but can I ask you, in terms of the design of the programs and the approach of them at a high level, how is it that Holocaust education is able to enhance a person's ability to recognise contemporary manifestations of anti-Semitism?
Absolutely. So at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, we have a learning framework that was created together with the Centre for Wellbeing Science, and it is included in our original submission. And you'll see in that learning framework that the Holocaust content is at the core of a circular framework that moves out into character strengths, 6 character strengths being bravery, hope, kindness, fairness, perspective, and good judgment. And so in terms of the connection between the past and the present, Holocaust education is really embedding character strengths and skills, and those skills, in particular critical thinking, help us to actually look at the past and draw connections through to the present. For example, when analysing propaganda in our programs, we're working on those critical thinking skills, strengthening that knowledge base and that skills base that then can be transferred through to modern social media, for example. Asking our young people and our adults to stop and ask questions, where a source may have come from, is it biased, is it showing a particular prejudicial point of view, and that helps us in terms of actually the democratic resilience of the now. So it is based in Holocaust knowledge, it's based in historical knowledge, but it's using that knowledge to really enhance those skills that we need in a modern democratic society.
Now, as you've already referred to, the museum has a number of educational programs for school students, and you've set out in your statement that since the museum's establishment in 1984, it has engaged with more than 800,000 students. And in 2025 alone, that included almost 30,000 students and 1,800 teachers from 320 schools. In relation to secondary schools in particular, you have described in your statement a program by the title In Touch with Memory, and that's for students between years 9 and 12. Could you describe the approach that's taken in that particular program?
Our In Touch with Memory program is designed for secondary students, and as previously mentioned, it is grounded in our learning framework. It is a curriculum-linked program, and it's very important for us that teachers and schools see that link through to the curriculum as well as our learning framework. Students that engage in our In Touch with Memory program generally do 3 components, and I say generally because that does depend on Holocaust survivor availability. In doing 3 elements in that program, they are able to hear from a Holocaust survivor firsthand, which, as we all know, is a remarkable opportunity for any Australian. They go through our permanent exhibition, Everybody Had a Name, guided by our remarkable volunteers that take them through that exhibition, pointing out artefacts through an inquiry-based learning approach. And they also spend time in one of our learning studios handling facsimile artefacts and analysing them and where they sit in terms of the pyramid of hate. So where they would sit, those particular artefacts, in terms of the escalation of prejudice and discrimination leading to genocide. It is all up about 3 45-minute portions, and it is a program that is about 27,000 of the nearly 30,000 students that visited us last year.
And so for younger students, you've described in your statement the museum having a program by the name of Hidden. Could I ask you to comment on the approach that's taken in that program, and in particular to speak to the challenges of adapting Holocaust education to be age appropriate?
Hidden 7 Children Saved, we're very proud of this program. It is an award-winning program. It won the Social Impact Award from the Australian Museums and Galleries Association in 2024, and this particular program was designed to be an age-appropriate introduction to the Holocaust. At the Holocaust Museum in Melbourne, we are very focused on age appropriateness. There is a pedagogy that we have called Safely In, Safely Out, and Safely Throughout. And that is not just something that is encapsulated in a single visit. It's encapsulated throughout a young person's engagement with the Holocaust throughout their education. So if we think about it on a micro level, it has safely in, safely out, and throughout during the program, but it's also a safely in for a student's first interaction with the Holocaust. Students follow one of 7 Melbourne survivors that survived in hiding thanks to the kindness of others. So they learn not only about that survivor, but the people that saved them. They may be a Catholic family that hid somebody, or it may be another story of a survivor moved between multiple safe houses. And it is a remarkable program whereby students, they learn in particular about that importance of being an upstander, of those character strengths I mentioned previously. The students spend 45 minutes in the exhibition itself, and then they spend 45 minutes in a learning program with one of our remarkable educators. It's important to note that in this program, students don't engage with any material in regards to concentration camps and that sort of more heavy material. It is a gentle, age-appropriate introduction for students aged between, or going to school between years 5 and years 7 or 8. And we are of the hope that in creating multiple touch points for young people, we would like every Victorian, maybe even every Australian student to start with this program and then progress on to In Touch with Memory in their senior years.
And the museum also has a program for teacher professional learning. Can you describe that program, and can I ask you specifically to comment on the importance of teachers being able to safely manage classroom discussions around the Holocaust?
Absolutely. Our teacher professional learning program, it can be done for one cohort of teachers from one school, or it can be done with teachers from multiple different schools. It generally runs for a full day. And we help schools and teachers scaffold how to teach the Holocaust well, including safely in and safely out, but also how to choose useful resources and how to actually embed that in the classroom in the following day. As was mentioned, it is also a key part of the program on equipping teachers with the confidence on how to deal with difficult discussions. It's something that has been a key concern of teachers, and they have been approaching us more regularly with this concern, particularly following October 7. Within their Holocaust classrooms, they are speaking to us about questions that may arise from students, particularly in regards to the current geopolitical climate. So for us, we're trying to equip teachers that ability to be confident in teaching the Holocaust, but also confident in meeting students' curiosity. This isn't about shutting down questions or shutting down students' ability to be inquisitive about the world. It's about meeting them respectfully. It's about an inquiry-based approach whereby we're asking teachers to speak to their students and ask, well, where did you hear that? And what would you like to know about that? And so it's really helping teachers build that rapport and confidence and help them to create critical thinking out in our young learners. In paragraph 22 of my witness statement, there is an inclusion there of some feedback from a teacher who said that the TPL provides practical strategies that I can implement immediately with my students. And there's something very important in that this is an established, well-resourced, well-researched program, but it's actually attending to an immediate need that we've seen rising post-October 7. We don't want teachers to be engaging in a program that's too long. We know our teachers are very time poor. We want them to have those skills to implement tomorrow. So both of those elements in terms of brave discussion and Holocaust knowledge are key to that program.
Outside of the education context, the museum also has a number of programs for workplaces, and you've already referred to the Space Between program. From your statement, it appears that the workplaces that have engaged with the museum are quite broad. In paragraph 30 of your statement, you move from Victoria Police to McDonald's, for example. Are you able to speak to the breadth of your engagement with employers and the manner in which the program is designed to be universal in that regard?
Absolutely. It's really important for us at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum that when we talk about Holocaust education, that's every Australian, whether that be a student, somebody in university, or an adult in a workplace. And the reason that's important for us is if we have a student going to a Holocaust program and they come home and that's all undone in the home, then we're losing that foundational moment with our young people. We've been very lucky that in particular the Space Between program, but we have other corporate programs as well, including Cultural Competence and Jewish Community Today. We're very lucky that a variety of different workplaces have been picking up those programs. The Space Between, I would say, is probably the most popular offering at the moment because rather than being Holocaust content-based, it is a skills-based program about brave dialogue, about open discussions, about how we actually have that sort of skill in the workplace. And that's relevant whether you work at McDonald's or Telstra or whether you work with Victoria Police. So again, it's thinking about how we can actually meet workplaces where they're at and fill those skills gaps in brave dialogue in particular, because if we're going to combat anti-Semitism, we have to be able to talk about our differences in the workplace.
And so as you've just described, those programs are designed to deal with issues like bias and inclusion more generally alongside anti-Semitism, is that right?
Absolutely. I think at the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, the easiest way for me to describe how we approach combating anti-Semitism is actually laterally. It's laterally through skills, it's through a positive psychology approach. It's about what to do rather than what not to do. It's about how to, engage your colleague in discussions where you may not agree, but how do you unravel that conversation rather than win? And so for us in combating anti-Semitism, we've worked with Monash University and a number of other well-regarded partners in the creation of this program. Our research told us that anti-Semitism education can actually be quite difficult if you're just going straight at it. If you're going straight at it and laying out different examples of propaganda, for example, it can be difficult for a workplace to know what to do with that, or what that means in terms of what you would actually do in a workplace if that's not your common content every day. So our research showed us if we tried to combat anti-Semitism by building skills in terms of brave dialogue, in terms of empathy, that is actually going to combat anti-Semitism by actually providing those skills when you do have those conversations in the lunchroom.
From your description of the work of the Melbourne Holocaust Museum, it suggests that there is already a well-developed capability in the field of Holocaust education already, and you've acknowledged the work of other organisations as well in your statement. I take it your view is that there are organisations that are capable of expanding this educational offering in this field.
Absolutely. I have noted in my witness statement that in Australia we actually have quite robust Holocaust education programs and organisations, and the issue I think in our point of view is not whether these programs exist or whether they're working. It's that there's a gap between what they're expected to do and the facilities and the resourcing provided to them to actually achieve those goals. As we discuss in our statement, Holocaust education is expected to achieve national priorities without the support of an organisation that is fundamentally known to achieve those priorities. So there's a gap there between another organisation, for example, that might be seen to be part of a national infrastructure in terms of social cohesion. So the issue is not whether these programs exist. There are so many programs that exist. It's not whether they're mature or research backed. It's how they're viewed in terms of being an addendum rather than being central to what we need in terms of civic infrastructure.
Indeed, in your statement, you've described Holocaust education as being structurally under-recognised. Are you able to speak to that further in terms of the architecture around this form of education?
Absolutely. So in my statement, when I refer to system architecture, I'm referring to policies, governance, organisations and processes that place an architecture into our education system, into our civil society, whereby we're understanding how different education providers in particular work together and are seen as part of the national discussion. And so in that architecture, we would usually default to schools, to universities, maybe to key providers of training. And museums are often left out of that discussion, whereby it's a private museum like ourselves or a public museum. They're seen as an optional excursion, or they're seen as something that is considered to be part of the curriculum or a key part of it, but it's seen as something that is optional. It's not something that is fundamentally built into the system architecture. Our ask is that these sorts of research-backed programs are built into the system architecture, whereby they become part of a national Holocaust education framework that is standardised across the country. They're funded as such. They achieve policy outcomes, but we're not funded in that way. So we're asking for these gaps to be filled in terms of the system architecture so that the work that we do is consistent across the nation and that we all benefit from it.
In terms of the current state of funding of the museum, you've described in your statement that comes for Holocaust education organisations like the museum. It comes from a mix of philanthropy, foundations, grants and earned income from the museum. Can you explain how the nature of that fund base affects what you're able to achieve?
Absolutely. So at the museum we operate on generally most funding is a 1 to 3 year cycle. And so what that means is it makes it very difficult to innovate, it makes it very difficult to scale because you don't know if your funding is going to be continued in the long term. So in terms of these programs that we have that are very robust and they work well, it's difficult to roll out nationally if you don't know if you have your funding beyond the end of this year. And I think it's important to note that we do receive funding from different government organisations to do that short-term work, but without that ability to be looking 5-10 years, it's really difficult for us to innovate and to work most effectively. It's also really important for us to understand that there is an issue in terms of thinking that a program will be scaled once the funding is received. If we receive a 3-year grant, for example, and it's expected to scale, that may work in terms of funding, but if it's not built into the system architecture, if it's not expected that a workplace will take up that national offering, or if a school will take up that national offering, we're scaling to an audience that doesn't actually have the impetus to take up that scaling. So it's a mixture of the funding and the way that the funding works in with that system architecture.
Can I ask you finally a few questions about your personal experience working in this field? You have said in your statement that working in your role has resulted in increasing personal and professional costs to you. Are you able to describe those for the Commission?
Absolutely. It's important to say that I think I have the best job in the world, and I wouldn't change it for anything. But it does come with a significant personal cost. Before October 7, I used to very proudly, openly state I work at a Holocaust museum. If people ask me that now, I state firstly that I work at a museum and see what question follows. Generally, when you say you work at a Holocaust museum, there is a quite weighty pause. some people will engage further, other people will want to end that discussion right then and there. There has been a conflation of the work that we do at the Holocaust Museum with the current geopolitical context, and an assumption that the museum holds a particular political view and that you as an individual hold a particular political view. That assumption has led to the loss of friendships. It has been commonly stated to me, I can no longer be your friend if you work at that institution. It has impact on my personal safety. There have been issues where people have stated to me, be careful, I know where you work. My staff, my volunteers, we can't get out of the car at our workplace without having to look over our shoulder to make sure that we're safe. So there's a dual personal toll in that the difficulty around the assumption that the work that we're doing has a nefarious political intent. And there's also a great well-being weightiness in that it carries a great personal security risk. I've also chosen to take myself off the public electoral roll for that sense of safety. So it is fundamentally important to work against that. It is not the type of impact that is going to cause myself or my staff or my volunteers to pull back. They are resilient, they are focused, and that sort of impact is exactly the reason that we do the work that we do. However, it's a constant shadow that hangs over us every single day. And you can go to work one day and the security landscape can be completely different the next. And so there's an instability in the work that we want to be fundamentally stable for the nation.
One aspect of the dynamic that you've just elaborated upon is also stated in what you've written in your statement, that you have observed a shift in how Holocaust education is received in society in recent times. Could you speak to that shift?
Absolutely. There is a shift that has occurred in the understanding of the accuracy, the truthfulness, the importance of Holocaust education. I think when I went through my own schooling, it was seen as a fundamental key part of the curriculum and learning in terms of who you are as a human being. I think in particular when we look at the abuse that we've received online in our social media, there's a questioning of the centrality of Holocaust education, there's a questioning of its usefulness, and there's a questioning of its political agenda. And so what that means is that we're also working with this constant need to justify what we're doing, to justify its usefulness, its effectiveness, and its place in the curriculum, and not just in the curriculum, but in society in general. I think that has particularly picked up after October 7. Having said that, I think it's important to recognise that that rise in Holocaust revisionism and denialism was present before October 7. October 7 lit a fire that I think sped that up, but there really is this question about the veracity of the Holocaust and the educational priorities that it provides us. I mentioned in my statement, I do think it is important to note, I think for myself and for the staff and volunteers at the museum, the Holocaust survivors and their families, it's particularly hurtful to see that rise because we are all working so hard for the benefit of our future generations, but also for the benefit of the now. So to have that put back on us, it's really difficult for us every day to push forward knowing that there are members of society that think that what we're doing is not worthwhile or not useful. So it has been a very difficult time for staff, and it has been a very difficult time for volunteers. I will say though, I think that they have seen that as all the more reason to continue what we're doing.
I take it that despite the developments that you've just referred to, that hasn't affected at all your view as to the importance of this education and embedding it yet further in the architecture that you've referred to.
It definitely has changed my view in some ways, in that I see it as absolutely more fundamental. I think that perhaps we as a society became potentially complacent. Democratic resilience is a muscle. It's not something that we can just assume once a child comes out at year 12 that they have that and it never needs to be worked on again. And I think it's important for us to understand that Holocaust education isn't just key at one point in the curriculum. It needs to be multiple points in the curriculum. It needs to be embedded. The skills need to be embedded in workplace education, because that's how we're going to keep that muscle strong. It's also important for us to understand that democratic resilience is made up of a number of skills that additionally are not just a one-liner. Critical thinking, for example, is not a one line in the curriculum. It is a multi-stage process of thinking, and we need to be consistently practicing that. It's not just a skill you learn in school and that's it forever. So we have to be working on that. And it's important for us to also think about empathic understanding, historical reasoning, and so on in that same way. And I think when we think about Holocaust education, it's been traditionally cordoned off to the school curriculum, but every Australian is a learner. Every Australian is on the front line here in terms of social cohesion and democratic resilience. And so if we expect young people to learn that and to just to hold our society going forward, we're going to become very weak in terms of that muscle of democratic resilience.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Dr. Fallon. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner.
Dr. Fallon, one of the more remarkable exhibits in the Melbourne Holocaust Museum is the substantial model of the Treblinka extermination camp. That was built by a man who survived Treblinka. Was it rare for people to survive Treblinka?
Absolutely. So as you say, Commissioner, we have a model at the heart of our permanent exhibition, Everybody Had a Name, that was made by a Holocaust survivor, Chaim Steyer, and he was one of 70 survivors from Treblinka. Over 900,000 people were murdered at that extermination camp. He managed to escape during an uprising at Treblinka, and there are only a handful, 2 or 3 models around the world of that kind. He made it here in Melbourne when he came here to Australia seeking a new life, and he used it as a catharsis, as a visual testimony, and it is physically at the very heart of our museum. And the fact that Australia has these survivor stories at its core is part of who we are as a nation.
And am I right in understanding that for the roughly 900,000 people who arrived at the railhead at Treblinka, they had about between 2 and 3 hours to live? So that when most Australians, I think, have heard of Auschwitz, and of course the greatest number of Jewish people were murdered there. But when one looks at the industrialisation of killing and the peculiar success that the Nazis achieved, it was Treblinka, wasn't it?
You are right, most Australians are probably familiar with Auschwitz. It's important to note that the Nazis had 40,000 sites of incarceration, whether that be a ghetto, a prison, a concentration camp, an extermination camp. 6 of those 40,000 sites are referred to as extermination camps. And Treblinka is one example whereby many Australians may be familiar with the process of selection that took place at Auschwitz. There's a very famous notion that you would arrive and be sent to the left or the right. Treblinka did not have such a selection process. It had essentially a throughway whereby once upon arrival, unless there was a very rare selection to be part of the process of working the camp, most people went straight through to their extermination. It is very rare to survive from a site like Treblinka.
And the reason that there is significance to your museum having one of the 3 models of Treblinka is, unlike Auschwitz, the Nazis knew that they needed to destroy Treblinka entirely before the end of the war, because it had only served to kill substantially Jews. Absolutely.
Treblinka was pretty much razed to the ground at the end of the war, and so to have this model and this visual testimony is quite remarkable. I think it's important for us to understand that within Australian society we have remarkable survivors like this gentleman that came to Australia. Australia has the largest number of Holocaust survivors per capita outside of Israel. But I also think it's important when we're talking about Holocaust education and anti-Semitism education. I'm not sure that most Australians know that Jewish people arrived on the First Fleet. They've been here since colonisation. While we might always think about the Jewish community in Australia as being a particularly post-war community, they've been here since that First Fleet arrived. I think about Esther Abrahams as one of those examples. So
we learned from Julie and Lisa the other day that early Australian Jews, some of them were bushrangers. Nothing from an Australian point of view more endearing than that aspect of history.
I think it's one thing I would really love to see in terms of Australian education is that that idea of multiple touch points in terms of understanding about the Jewish community, whether it's a Jewish bushranger, like you mentioned, Commissioner, or John Monash is another example, Isaac Isaacs. You think about Jemima Montag now, you know, one of our famous athletes. It's important to think about Australians and the different backgrounds or beliefs they may have, rather than segregating us out.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fallon.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next witness is Natalie James.
Yes.
An affirmation, thank you.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Miss James.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the Commission, please?
My name is Natalie James.
And your address is known to the Commission. Is it right that you have given a statement to the Commission dated the 27th of July 2026?
I have.
And is that statement true and correct to the best of your recollection and knowledge?
It is.
Thank you. Commissioner, the identifier for that document is STAT.8999.0001.0582, and I tender that statement.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Thank you. Ms. James, you worked in the Australian Public Service for nearly 30 years, is that right?
I did. Long time.
Indeed. And between July 2022 and January 2026, you were the Secretary of the Commonwealth Department of Employment and Workplace Relations?
That's right.
And you've also served as the Fair Work Ombudsman.
I have.
When was that?
Testing my memory, I think it was 2013 to 2018. I was appointed for a 5-year term.
And you have also at other times held senior executive roles in the APS, is that right?
I have. For most of my career, I have worked as a lawyer, a workplace relations specialist. And I've been involved in the crafting of workplace relations legislation, which tends to be a busy area to work.
And you yourself have a Bachelor and Masters of Law, is that right?
And arts.
In your statement, you have described how being Jewish shaped the character of your family and your extended family life. Are you able to tell us a bit more about that experience?
Yes, my grandfather was a Jew. He was born in Poland, moved to Vienna as a young man. He felt that Poland was not a friendly place for Jews and Vienna was a better place to be. He was there in 1938 and fled after Anschluss. And this is a story, I'm not sure when we first came to know this story of how he concocted his escape. My grandfather gave video testimony as part of the Shoah, I think it was called the Shoah Foundation, and I think we learnt things about my grandfather through that testimony that perhaps we didn't know beforehand. He was a house painter and plasterer. He had a client who sold sets of toy soldiers. They were tiny, and we still have a set. And his client gave him a set, so he had a cover story of being a salesperson for these toy soldiers. That was his basis for getting on a plane to London and then a boat to Melbourne.
In your statement, you've described that your family grew up in Townsville, and at paragraph 11 you say that was a long way from Jewish communities of Australia. Are you able to describe what that was like?
Townsville, yeah, an interesting place to grow up in. So I grew up in regional Australia. I went to a regional university, and yes, a long way from Melbourne, and it still is. My parents are both still there. And I didn't grow up in a religious household. My parents in Joe Bjelke-Petersen's Queensland made a very conscious decision that our values were going to come from other places, and we could make choices perhaps about religion when we got older. This did lead to me sneaking into religious education classes at one point, and I got into trouble when I brought religious material home. It wasn't Jewish material, but obviously I was curious from a young age. We used to go back to Melbourne quite regularly, and Nana and Grandpa would come to Townsville, which is a long way, and as they got older that got harder. It's not a very hospitable place in some ways. It's really hot. And so, Judaism is not a practice that involves trying to convince other people to be like us. And so I think that I, over time, just discovered this thing about being Jewish. And when we were in Melbourne, it informed food, Shabbos, dinners. Apparently I asked to go to shul when I was quite young. And so it was just part of life. And I grew up away from my cousins and grandparents, but I always sought it out when I went back, and particularly as a young adult. And more recently, I've been spending more time with the Jewish part of my identity. It was just one of a number of parts of our identity and the values we grew up with, I think I would say.
In paragraph 16 of your statement, you speak of wearing a Star of David at university and doing that partly for the reason of wanting to show other Jews a signal that there were others in northern Queensland. Was that something that was important to you?
It was, and look, I don't recall, I've had a few different Magen-Davids, and the one I wore back then wasn't particularly valuable. I have no idea where it came from. But I started wearing it at that point, and when I worked in retail, retail is a sector, this was when I was going through uni, where you meet a lot of people. And what I found then, and what I still find, is that it's a way of signalling to someone who you are, and honestly, before recently, I'm not sure many people understood what that symbol meant, but other Jewish people did. So I did used to say, I'm trying to flush my people out. And it would lead to a conversation about, where are your people from? Why are you here, Townsville? A long way from communities. And so they were always really nice conversations. They're just a way of connecting, and there was always a story to be shared. And other people would be interested too. If people knew what it meant, they might ask me about it. Those conversations were always about curiosity and empathy and sharing stories.
You've also described in your statement that in your later professional life that being Jewish didn't feature strongly in that working life. What do you mean by that?
I guess it was a part of my identity, but it wasn't my job to be Jewish. I was just a Jew doing a whole range of things. I worked on parliamentary committees, I worked at the ACCC, and I worked as a lawyer. And so it was something, again, that, you know, I would talk to people about if they asked me, and often people would recognise the symbol, and you'd have one of those, "Are you Jewish?" And one of those conversations, and often it would be, "Your name doesn't sound Jewish." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." And so, you know, there is someone in one of your earlier hearings talked about the Judah, and it is just something that it's lovely to connect, but you're often surprised, and the stories are many and varied and very diverse. Whether your family goes back to the First Fleet, as your previous witness was talking about, or more commonly a story similar to my grandfather's family.
So as we heard at the beginning of your evidence, you did come to work in the APS, of the Australian Public Service, and you've described in your statement that the APS is not just any workplace. What do you mean by that kind of unique position of the APS?
Well, I mean, there's so much about the APS not just being any workplace. Firstly, it's a workplace where there is incredible opportunity to work in a wide range of areas and have an impact on Australian society, and to help improve Australian society and life for Australians. I don't think it was something I was conscious of at the time, but there is a Jewish teaching, Tikkun Olam, which is repair the broken world. And I think when you work for government, you spend a lot of time looking at what doesn't work so well and trying to make it better. So it is a wonderful workplace. And to the APS colleagues in the room, that's my plug, for the public service as a wonderful career. And it's very varied, of course. There's such a huge range of different sorts of work that you can do and have an impact in the Australian public service. It's also a workplace that is, well, it's an institution that forms a really critical role in our democracy. An apolitical public service, a public service that supports the government of the day in its endeavours to make the country a better place and to make the world a better place, is a really important and privileged role to play. And it means as well that there are some aspects of working for the public service that are different in terms of how you conduct yourself. And all workplaces, for example, need to comply with laws, need to be free from discrimination, provide a safe workplace. And many organisations invest a lot in inclusion programs, diversity and inclusion, education and what have you. But in the public service, being apolitical is critical. Being independent is critical. Being able to serve whichever government in whichever area you're working in, and including a contested area like workplace relations, is critical. And so we have in the public service statutory rules that are called things like the APS, the Australian Public Service Values, or employment principles, or the Code of Conduct, that set out certain requirements for you as an individual, and some of those requirements extend out of the workplace and into your personal life. And it does constrain your entitlement to talk about certain political issues publicly, in the media, and to exercise judgment about how you do that so that it doesn't undermine the integrity of an apolitical public service.
I'm going to come back to ask you a few more questions about the nature of the requirement to be apolitical. I first just want to take up some of the points in your statement about the APS's work on diversity and inclusion, which you've also just referred to. You have referred in your statement to the APS having a proud and long history of seeking to use policies, data and reporting to support certain groups, and that was work that when you were in the APS you were proud to support. Is that was your experience?
Yes, I think the public service strives to be a model employer, and there are many dimensions of how that's done. But I think it's fair to say it's been at the forefront of ensuring that the workplace is inclusive and for all different cohorts. And so from very early on, different levers were used, particularly reporting and even targets to ensure appropriate representation. Of course, a public service is a merit-based institution as well, so it's really important that jobs are advertised and everyone is free to apply, but the public service also acknowledges that the playing field is not level necessarily for everybody. So probably women was the first area where a lot of work was done to overcome or to tackle gender discrimination. Targets were set for senior leadership roles, and I mean that work is probably going on for a decade or two now. Training around conscious and unconscious bias, a lot of effort has been put in many organisations, and I would say that the public service was at the forefront of that, and its data and the data around pay equity and gender balance in leadership roles is pretty solid, I think you'll find still in the public service.
I want to ask you about one of those particular initiatives which you've discussed in your statement, which is the programs around culturally and linguistically diverse employees who are called, I think it's CALD, if we can use that acronym for the purposes of your evidence. So that strategy, you've said, was a focus at the time that you were a secretary in the APS. Is that right?
That's right.
And you've also mentioned that you were part of a secretary's working group for aspects of that strategy.
That's right. And so the CALD strategy is something that the government and the bureaucracy took very seriously. I think having done a lot of work and invested strongly when it comes to gender and people with a disability, still I think work to do there, the First Nations cohort, there was a sense that in order to ensure that the public service represents the community it serves, that more work needed to be done when it comes to cultural and linguistic diversity. And I should say that acronym is, we sort of struggled, I think, with what's the right labelling and even what's the right data. It replaced NSBE, which was non-English speaking background. And if you look across data, the ABS and other research around diversity of background based on where you are from and your ethnic identity, there's been a lot of evolution, I think it's fair to say, and it's still not necessarily something that's straightforward, identifying a person's identity through the usual data points that we collect for demographics.
And one of the things that you've described in your statement is that the relevant data point for the CALD employees ended up being the first language spoken at home. Is that's your understanding?
And this has evolved quite a lot just in the last few years, and so that is right. Prior to that, I think the data points, there were a couple of data points, country of birth and language spoken. And when it comes to these data points, I mean, whichever ones you use, it's hard to get the full story for some cohorts, but it does give you a sense of where people might have come from and what their background, ethnic identity might be.
And in terms of the choice of that data point for CALD employees, can I ask you to speak to how you understand that would apply to, for example, a Jewish member of the APS?
So for people with a Jewish background, it's a complex set of things that lead you to identify as Jewish. In my case, I have family lineage. I wasn't brought up with religion, but I've always culturally identified as Jewish. And people will say, we're not a religion. In fact, some rabbis will say very firmly, Judaism is not a religion. We are a people, we are a nation. And so where Jewish identity comes from, I think, is very personal for people. But unless you were born in Israel, your first language is probably not one that is an indicator of your Jewish identity. The other, and I will say that across demographics that are traditionally taken, there is no single demographic factor. If you go to where a person was born, or even where their parents were born, similarly, identifying Jewish identity from that piece of information is very difficult. So when I fill in the census, you get questions about ancestry. At the moment, you have the opportunity to identify 2. That's going to 4 in the upcoming census, which is helpful. But do I write Polish or British or, and so I think I have met Indian Jews and Iraqi Jews and Russian Jews. Part of the point of our heritage is we've been everywhere, so we're from everywhere. Language spoken is unlikely to, I think I could probably be more clear cut, although I'm not an expert in demographics. I just don't think it's going to identify Jewish people. I'm not sure that the languages that might be relevant, Hebrew and Yiddish come to mind, would be likely to be options in the survey in any case. I went and had a look at the data, and there's a lot of other, I think, for that data point.
And so because of that difficulty around isolating or identifying a Jewish identity through language, was it the case that you felt that the called strategy within the APS just didn't really have an application to Jewish members of the APS?
So the realisation that I had in a particular meeting with some of my colleague secretaries was that it didn't, the definitions, the data points and the definitions and the way called groups and diversity was described would not have captured me. Now, I'd never thought that it should before at that point. And so I think, you've heard from many, many witnesses who have talked about the fact that being Jewish was something that changed for them recently. And so, and I will apologise, my recollection about when this meeting happened across the overlay of the development of the called strategy, I really don't recall. It was a subset of secretaries, and I think we were examining the idea of appropriate targets and research to be set for the senior executive service. But in preparation for the meeting, I pulled out the documents and I looked at them, and for the first time put a Jewish identity and a Jewish lens over it. And I just went, oh yeah, we're definitely not here. Is that a problem? Did we mean that? Did we think about that? Is that something that is a good thing or a bad thing? I didn't form firm conclusions at that point about any of those things. But I did form a view that at the point in time, and we are talking about the last 18 months, the Jewish cohort could perhaps have done with a forum which naturally brought them together. And when I looked at the strategy, it occurred to me that that wasn't it.
Can I just ask you for clarification purposes, this meeting that you're referring to, is that what you're describing in paragraph 37 of your statement?
That's right. I will say that I also subsequently noted the constraints around the called data points and definitions at a Secretary's Board meeting, I think later on. And again, offered as an observation. So that the meeting I'm describing here is when I looked at the strategy, and for the first time it occurred to me that this was something perhaps we should consider and pay attention to. And a little later at Secretary's Board, I noted it again.
You've also described in your statement at paragraph 36, so just above where we were just looking, that it appeared to you that the Jewish cohort within the APS was not especially visible. What do you mean by that?
Visible or very large. And I think we do need to think about these two things together. Again, I think, Commissioner, you've heard people talk about the Jewish population is very small. It's a tiny population. And while I don't think we can be confident about how many Jewish public servants they might be, just extrapolating the possibilities from the maths, it's going to be a tiny population. There will be more people of a First Nations background in the public service based on the numbers, and there would be Jewish people who identify as Jewish. And so the fact that it's a small cohort does matter. And the Jewish cohort is not necessarily very visible. And so, I've had some people say to me, you don't look Jewish, and then other people tell me that I do, which is always interesting, because I said, what does a Jew look like? That can be an interesting conversation. But nevertheless, it's relevant. What people conceive or understand a Jewish person might look like, and whether you fit that archetype. And so for many people, if you're Jewish, the visible signs of your Jewishness, again, because of the range of backgrounds, there may be none. I wear a Magen David. Some people know what that means. That is a visible sign of being Jewish. Some people wear a kippah. I haven't seen a lot of that in the public service. And whether you're visibly Jewish and whether it's jewellery or items of clothing, it does depend on how observant you are. And then there's the question of whether it's something you might incidentally share. And so I think some people might and others might not, but I think it's become a less comfortable thing to share.
You have remarked in your statement that you believe there to be a hesitancy around identity disclosure. Is that the phenomenon that you're speaking to in your last answer?
That's right.
One example that you've given of that in your statement as well is the willingness to take cultural leave for Jewish festivals or significant Jewish days. Are you able to speak to the practicalities of that example?
Yes, and perhaps if I sort of start with just how access to this leave might work. So in the public service, I think I can say almost universally cultural leave would be available. It's available under enterprise agreements, and although every agency has their own enterprise agreement in place, it's pretty consistently available. And it would be available, I think, sometimes paid or unpaid for the range of cultural reasons. There's also the option for public holiday substitution. So I think, as we know, our calendar is a Christian calendar, and many holidays are based on, a whole range of things, I suppose, but in particular Christmas and Easter are not necessarily days of observance for other cultures. And so all forms of leave are available on request, but it depends on a manager approving it, and that's usually done at a pretty local level. And policies would be in place to describe what it's available for. It's a tricky area, right? Because we're not experts in every culture. The public services invested heavily, particularly around First Nations people accessing ceremonial and cultural leave. And I think there's been a lot of education and building of knowledge around what the leave might, the reasons for that leave, and also when it is and isn't appropriate to press around the reasons for that leave. And so it sort of occurred to me that with the environment being what it is, for many people disclosing their Jewish identity is not something that feels especially comfortable now. Seeking leave for Pesach or Yom Kippur or other important days is something that people might not feel comfortable doing, and if they haven't disclosed their Jewish identity, very unlikely, I think, that if there's a reason they don't want to do that they're going to feel comfortable seeking the leave. this is an area where I think more guidance might help.
You've already spoken about the importance, in your view, to the APS being neutral and apolitical. And in that connection, I want to ask you a few questions about an open letter that was published in May 2024, which was signed by a number of public servants and which condemned what was described in the letter as the government's complicity in Palestinian genocide. And you've referred to this letter in your statement. You've said in your statement that to your mind this letter wasn't something that was consistent with the standards expected of the APS. Are you able to elaborate upon that view?
So as we talked before about the APS not being just any workplace and the importance of being apolitical, and part of maintaining integrity in the public service is, and part of what all of those code of conduct and values go to is that the role of a public servant is to support the government implement the policies of the day. Advocacy around highly contested areas really gets you into a red zone when it comes to the code of conduct and the APS values. Now, there's nuance around this and there's guidance around this. The way in which a person might involve themselves in contested or even political activities is something that the public services managed and issued guidance on for a very long time. But this comes back to the fact that what a public servant does in their own time is not unconstrained. There are issues around their role, that do reasonably constrain how you go about engaging in public debate and discussion, particularly around areas that the government is responsible for.
As secretary at that time, you would have been responsible for overseeing the department's response to employees who had participated in that open letter, but you describe in paragraph 48 of your statement having stepped down from performing that role. Can you speak to that decision that you made and the position that you felt you were in that respect?
Yes. So, firstly, a secretary is responsible for everything in a department in the end. And so in that sense, it was my responsibility to manage that issue like anything else that arises. It doesn't mean a secretary personally manages the issues. There are people with appropriate roles and delegations, but something of this sensitivity and profile, you'd normally expect a secretary to be involved in the discussion around how do we manage and handle this. Given that this was not an issue that was isolated to my department or any one department, you would also expect the Public Service Commission to play a role to ensure there's a consistent response. And this is an area where you do need to exercise judgment about the response, because the question about whether a person has stepped outside the lines of what's appropriate as a public servant depends on a range of things: their seniority, their role, the nature of what they've done, whether it's been done in a very identifiable way. One of the things that struck me about this letter is the very unusual scenario where people were the point of it was they'd self-identified as public servants, and in many but not all cases had identified the department they worked in. And so that isn't something that you see very often. So the public service's responsibility to respond and to apply the rules in a balanced and fair way. I had a very strong reaction to this at the time, and partly, I still can't really pull apart what was behind the reaction, because my first thought was, this is a failure of public service 101. I may have thought, what are they teaching the young people when they come through the... I mean, it's just one of the first things you learn about the need to have judgment around how you engage in debate outside of work. So we had just been through the referendum for the Indigenous voice, and so this was an area where a lot of time had been spent in the public service trying to get the balance right with respect to that issue. And so part of my reaction, I think, was, we've worked so hard with respect to that issue, and that was hard because our First Nations people were going through a lot, our employees, during that period, and trying to ensure that we could support them and their well-being while also in no way taking a political position. That took a lot of work, and the Public Service Commission issued guidance, wrote to secretaries. I think overall we did a good job there. So when this arose, I just felt, how is it that people don't see just how very contested and political this is? That this is advocacy. Advocacy in a highly contested space. And so that was on my mind. But of course, what was on my mind is, I'm a Jewish person, and am I reacting this way because I'm a Jew? Am I losing it here? Is there something wrong with my judgment? I don't recall what else was going on at the time, but it was a difficult time. It was a difficult time for anyone with attachment to or ties to Israel, Palestine, that part of the world, and to Judaism. And so I am known sometimes having strong reactions to things, and that's where you have people around you to tell you to pull your head in and what have you. But in this, I doubted, I just had a lot of concern about whether I could be objective and fair. And I have had very capable deputies and human resources people, and they always would have managed primarily the issue, but I said to them, I need to step out of any decision making here, and even about how we went about whatever it is that the department decided to do. And every department, or many departments, were managing and responding to this issue, delicate and sensitive and important to be fair. And so I very deliberately pulled myself out because that reaction was a very strong reaction, and you can hear it now, I'm still having it, and still doubting myself in a way as to what was really going on in my head, and perhaps the world. I think I was very much in the what is going on with the world point of my processing post October 7.
And then anecdotally, you've said that you became aware of other behaviour that was being observed in sort of the day-to-day workplace that was, to your impression, a manifestation of other members of the APS expressing a view on the conflict in the Middle East. Are you able to give some examples? You referred to some in paragraph 53 of your statement as to what sort of conduct or activities you're referring to there.
Yes, I think this commission has heard so much evidence of very overt, awful examples of conduct targeted at Jewish people. And you've just heard someone talk about workplaces and the kind of conversations we might have in workplaces. The public service as a workplace, it's not just diversity and inclusion, respect and respect for one another is at the heart of how the public service goes about its work. And so I never experienced, and I would be surprised, I just don't know. So let me just talk about my experience. I had never experienced anything that would suggest to me overt, embedded anti-Semitism in the public service. But in the same way we have experienced everywhere this conflation between what is going on in a conflict on the other side of the world and Jewish identity, well, that's going on everywhere. Why would we think it's not going on in the public service? Just to flip it, of course it's going on there. And so in preparing my submission to the Royal Commission, and noting my seniority and the fact that I had felt things over the last 3 years that I struggled with, and I was very senior, it led me to reflect on what was the situation for others. And I did ask via a LinkedIn post for people to share stories if they wanted to. And so this is where these examples have come from. And every one of the people I spoke with emphasised it. They were almost hesitant to share the example. Like, I'm not sure, but this was coming into the workplace. And that made me feel really uncomfortable, because Jewish people have been through so many channels experiencing hostility. Social media, depending on where you live, graffiti, I have quite a lot in my neighbourhood. News coverage, and I'm not saying the news coverage is hostile, but what I'm saying is the compounding effect of all of this is a lot of material coming at us. And then a lot of material coming at us that is reflecting on Jewish identity. And then you hear a story from a family member. You hear about a gathering in Caulfield on a Friday night where your aunt and uncle live, and that the shouting could be heard from their house, and they went into the bathroom and locked the doors. Every one of these stories affects every Jewish person. Every time another synagogue is firebombed or children are shouted at in the streets, it affects us. And so all of that, we're carrying it with us into the workplace. And then if we're in the workplace and we overhear someone mention the Jews from a distance, it's like, what's that? Or people wearing a kippah, and that is if that's a personal expression of your position on something in the Middle East, then I would suggest it's unlikely that belongs in a public service workplace.
You have already referred in your evidence to circumstances where the APS, to your impression, was alive to the need to manage politically sensitive issues, and you referred earlier to the Voice referendum. Is it right that you draw a contrast in your experience between those instances and what you felt was the sense of silence as you've described it in paragraph 64 around October 7?
Yes. So, well, look, this is a reflection that I've had after the fact around the silence. And it's more a reflection of what was expressed to me by people about what they felt, and what they felt over the past 3 years is, and probably it sits alongside the stories of silence in some of our personal relationships, where people who were friends stopped being friends after October 7. And so I think there was a sense that, and my personal view is that I was there at the time. It didn't occur to me after October 7, there were so many things that we were focused on. I might talk a little bit about the timing in a moment, but to immediately reach out to Jewish people in the public service. And then when the open letter happened, and so many other things happening with such an emphasis on one part of a terrible conflict with awful things happening on the other side of the world, but if you had family in Israel, even articulating that might have become something that wasn't a comfortable thing to do. I'm not sure that the public service, I'm not sure many employers were necessarily attuned to the fact that the strong ties between many Jewish people and Israel, not necessarily the state of Israel, but the idea of Israel as the homeland. I'm not sure we really appreciated that, and what that might have meant for Jewish people. What that might have meant for Jewish people particularly when there might have been a sense that around them there were colleagues who had a point of view about the Middle East, a point of view that, based on our experience in other places, was conflating or likely to conflate our identity as a Jewish person with the actions of people in that conflict.
Ms. James, may I ask whether you have family or friends in Israel?
I have been to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have direct family there, but my family has family, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, the Jewish, every time one of these things happens, one of your relatives, cousins or aunts, or someone's been affected.
Yes.
And so my family, I do have a cousin, a distant cousin, and my cousins are very close to them, so I hear a bit.
And
yes.
would you describe yourself as someone with an attachment to Israel? I'm not talking of the state of Israel, but to the idea of Israel?
Yes. And this is something, Commissioner, I've spent a lot of time in the last 3 years thinking about Israel and the terminology of Zionism, because my streets have a lot of graffiti with that terminology. And you know, we've heard a lot about definitions of anti-Semitism, and it's important to know it when you see it. But the definition isn't what's making me feel good or bad about what I'm seeing. And if you can't get through a service at a shul without hearing many references to Israel. I mean, the Jews read the Torah every year, beginning to end and back again. The story is the flight from Egypt to the Promised Land, to the land of Israel. The holidays, that's what it's all about. Now that's a concept, and then we have a state. And the thing that I have struggled with is that I wear a symbol around my neck, and I've worn that symbol for most of my adult life. And I've seen that symbol when I've travelled. I've sought it out. Look, there we another Star of David. And now I see it on the wall of my local coffee shop with words around it that have nothing to do with the joy and the pride and the humanity and the warmth of Jewish culture.
Ms. James, taking into account the thinking that you've now done, you've expressed the view in paragraph 94 of your statement that the APS needs to build cultural literacy about Jewish identity. Are you able to speak to that
Yes.
opinion further?
I don't think what I'm saying is a surprise here. I think most employers need to turn their minds to building cultural literacy about anti-Semitism. And so your previous witness talked a little bit about the way in which in a workplace you might help people enter this territory. I do believe, like your previous witness, Dr. Fallon, she talked about the importance of being able to create the safety, that we have to be able to talk about our differences in the workplace. To my mind, baseline cultural literacy about Jewish identity is critical. If you don't understand Jewish identity, you don't understand things that are targeting Jewish identity. And so understanding where I thought anti-Semitism was a thing of the past. Before October 27, as I went round my travels, all of this evidence of terrible things that have happened, but in my mind, that was in the past, or in people with some extreme ideologies in the minority. And so I don't think this is something many people had cause to think a lot about until the last few years. And to my mind, building cultural capability involves layers. And it does, I think, require us to be thoughtful and evidence-based, because I do believe that there's a risk, and your previous witness talked to this as well, of if you come at it too hard, then there is a risk that not only will it not be effective, you might get a reaction against it. To my mind, understanding the tropes, what they are and where they come from and what they look like today is critical. And we can't shy away from that. And so I think this can be difficult in an organisation like Public Service, because of course we don't want to be controversial, and we mustn't be political. But I think that we've seen, I said before, with a lot of discrimination, you kind of know it when you see it. I don't think we do know anti-Semitism when we see it a lot of the time. I think the people in this room now do, because you've been spending every day hearing about the many and varied ways in which anti-Semitism has been promulgated. But to my mind, the likely conduct, particularly in a professional workplace, the likely conduct is not going to be overt anti-Semitism. Because we've seen the examples of the way in which anti-Semitism or hostility towards Jews it's covert and it's coded. I mean, you heard evidence about a unicorn meme and 6 billion cookies. I mean, like, what is that? Well, some people, I think the way in which it's being conveyed in the contemporary landscape is very different, and I think often it's being conveyed around the conflict in the Middle East, and so it probably doesn't feel like anti-Semitism. And one of the things in the past 3 years, and when I was still in the role of secretary, that really struck me is the deployment of the language of Zionism. And I think one of the things, I'd been seeing it on my streets and hearing it, I'm thinking, who do they mean? And this language that I'd never really heard the language of Zionism a lot, and then suddenly it was everywhere. And a colleague had mentioned to me something that had been written by the then Attorney General, and I was struck by hearing his evidence a couple of weeks ago. He wrote an article. I hadn't seen it at the time, but this colleague sent it to me, and one of the things that he said was, substituting Zionist for Jew is considered by some a method of expertly cloaking anti-Semitism with a critique of anti-colonialism. Hint, we know what you mean when you say it. And literally when I feel like an idiot now saying this. It's like, it's kind of obvious. What's wrong with you? But I read it, and it just, suddenly I thought, I'd been looking at this graffiti and thinking, people are really angry, and I understand why. What's going on the other side of the world is awful. But who do they mean? And suddenly it occurred to me that they meant me. And then I started to feel, instead of critiquing it and analysing it, and I suddenly felt targeted by it. And I felt, firstly, I thought, this is vandalism. Like, can we just start? This is not freedom of speech. But also, Benjamin Netanyahu is not going to see this graffiti. But I'm seeing it every day that I walk up to my local high street. And so I think that we really need to lean into the way in which hostility to Jews is manifesting today. And so you can draw a line between this and the original anti-Semitic tropes. But if you don't, if that education hasn't happened, then you won't recognise it. You won't see it because you won't recognise it. So people need, I think, in workplaces generally, and particularly in the public service, which must serve the Jewish community in the same way it serves every other community, and Jewish individuals in the same way everyone else, and must be able to advise objectively on the recommendations of this Royal Commission, for example, and make objective decisions about grant funding involving the Jewish community, for example. that we really need to lean into some of the ideas we might have about Jews and where they came from.
Thank you. I just have one final question for you, Ms. James, which is just to acknowledge, as you have in your statement at paragraph 123, that the APS Commission is developing some of those baseline training materials of the sort that you have referenced in that last answer, I think, and you have engaged with the Commission to that end. Is that right?
I have, after Bondi, I had a number of conversations with senior public servants, including just the realisation that the Jewish cohort needed support, but did we really know who they were, where they were, and would they feel comfortable seeking support? And I offered to help. And so in the course of preparing the material, they have provided me with and given me the opportunity to comment at some key points on the material, and I have done that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions.
Can I just check, the material that you have seen and you've been invited to comment on, do you think it sufficiently addresses the concerns that you had?
One of the things I say in my statement, Commissioner, is the importance of expertise and being evidence-based. The public servants in the Public Service Commission and everywhere, they're well intended. I'm not sure that they necessarily have the context to naturally be able to write material for this cohort. So I have provided some pretty frank feedback. I think I did that when I was there, and so now that I'm not, carry on. And a lot of it was responded to, and I'm aware that I'm not the only person they're talking to. They're talking to other Jewish people and some experts and the Special Envoy's office. I am concerned, so let me be frank, I'm concerned there's a hesitancy to lean beyond overt anti-Semitism and into some of this very uncomfortable space where engagement around or framing around the Middle East conflict means we're in a very grey space. I am also of the view that baseline training, online training, what have you, is important or might be a way of being able to build a basic literacy. But for many people, particularly senior managers, they're going to need to be able to intervene and have conversations, and hard conversations. And so I think when it comes to Jewish identity in the Middle East, there's often avoidance. It's like, oh, this is hard and controversial, let's not talk about it. That is the silence. That doesn't help. We actually need to be able to talk about it in an appropriate way. And so part of what I think is required is the creation of safe spaces to have honest conversations. I'm not sure that is something that is in the works. You can ask your next witness.
Given how volatile the present situation in the Middle East is, and how strongly held views one sees by people on both sides of the debate, if I can put it that way, is the best course for the public service to encourage people to be sensitive, to not engage in conversations with your colleagues about a topic that is such a divisive topic, and not to wear a keffir or not to wear an Israeli pin. Is that?
I don't think it's that simple, Commissioner, and because context is always critical, and so I think it comes back to people having respectful conversations. About 3 jobs ago, when I was at the Fair Work Ombudsman, developed online learning best practice. the difficult conversations online learning module was very popular, and it had just basic principles in it around how to have difficult conversations in the workplace. As Australians, we don't like to be uncomfortable. We want to be mates with everybody, and sometimes you need to be able to have conversations that are uncomfortable. I'm not sure it's a skill set that generally Australian workplaces are strong in, and I think public service is perhaps better than others, but it's hard to be black and white about many things. For example, I wear a Magen David. I'm Jewish. It's part expression of my identity. If you're wearing something about Palestine to show solidarity with Palestine, and your background is Palestinian, then that could be thought of as different from if you're an activist and campaigning and it's solidarity. And so I hesitate to go further, other than to note that I think this is why it's challenging, but also why we need to lean in, not out. Commissioner, might I just say one more thing before I leave? Yes. One of the things that I wanted to note was, in my time in the public service and over the last 3 years, I received incredible support from people directly around me. And so my own team of deputies and secretary colleagues, I think, did understand. And when I arrived in Canberra from Melbourne on a Monday morning, having got up at 4:30 for a plane, and another synagogue had been firebombed, they instinctively knew that that was something that would impact on me. And so when I talk about these issues, I want to be fair and balanced, and I also want to acknowledge that there are many people in many workplaces, and indeed in my own, who are supportive and have incredible empathy and understanding. I don't know that that is the case for everyone, and that is in part why I'm here.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. James. You are excused, and with flawless timing, I'm going to take the luncheon adjournment.
I now call Ms Talbot from the Australian Public Service Commission.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
Joanne Marie Talbot.
And you've prepared a statement for the Commission dated 15 July 2026.
That's right.
You have a copy of that statement there with you.
I do.
And I understand you have a number of corrections that you wish to make to that statement. Your representatives have helpfully prepared a table that includes some amendments to paragraphs 21, 82, 87, 94.1 and 94.2. Is that right?
That is correct.
And with those corrections made, is the statement otherwise true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Right, Commissioner, I will tender the statement, which is STA.0547.0001.001.
Yes. The statement will be received as an exhibit.
And I'll also tender what's styled as a schedule of corrections for that statement, which does not yet have a doc ID, but we will survive.
Well, I don't know how we're going to handle that catastrophe, but I will admit it as an exhibit nonetheless.
You are currently the Acting Deputy Commissioner at the Australian Public Service Commission.
I was at the time of making this statement. I've actually resumed my role as a First Assistant Commissioner as of last week.
I see, thank you. And you have been employed by the Australian Public Service Commission since July 2023.
That's right.
And since that time you've held the position of First Assistant Commissioner for Workplace Reform and Diversity.
Correct.
And you held that acting role that I've mentioned from February 2026 until recently.
That's right.
And prior to joining the Australian Public Service Commission, you held various senior roles in the Australian Public Service at various departments.
That's right.
The functions of the APS Commission are set out in the Public Service Act 1999.
Yes.
Yes. And they include upholding the standards of conduct in the APS.
That's right.
Strengthening professionalism of the APS and facilitating continuous improvement in workforce management.
Yes.
And monitoring, reporting and reviewing APS capabilities within and between agencies.
That's correct.
And for APS employees, their employment relationship is primarily governed by legislation as opposed to contract.
That's right.
And that includes the Public Service Act, amongst other things.
Yes.
And one thing the Public Service Act does is set out what's called the APS values, employment principles and the Code of Conduct.
Yes.
Right, I'll come to the details of those shortly, but all members of the Australian Public Service are obliged to comply with those things.
That's right.
And across the APS there are more than 195,000 employees across 103 agencies.
Yes.
And the head of each agency has responsibility for engaging the employees in their agency.
That's right.
And the agency head as employer is also responsible for managing the workforce within their agency.
Yes.
And it's also, as you've set out in your statement, their responsibility ultimately to embed strategies, training and programs within their agency.
That's right.
And to deal with any non-compliance by APS employees with the framework governing their employment.
That's correct.
Including any breaches of the APS Code of Conduct, for example.
Yes.
And so it's not the role of the Australian Public Service Commission to receive or investigate complaints of that kind. Is that right?
Not for APS employees unless those matters are referred to us.
And in what circumstances would they be referred to your office?
If they were referred by an agency head, I guess an example of where the APSC has dealt with matters is particularly around the Rabbi Royal Commission, where it did look at a range of code of conduct matters.
And what governs whether or not it's referred to the APSC or not?
It would be a specific element under our Act, which I don't have quite here with me at the moment, but there is the ability, if a matter is referred to the APSC, for us to be able to inquire into those matters.
And would it, in that scenario, also then have a role in deciding what disciplinary measures to impose as a result of
correct.
the incident?
And that was, was what happened in relation to the Royal Commission.
I see. And the Commission also has a role in devising strategies, guidance materials and resources to assist agency heads to fulfil their responsibilities?
Yes.
Right, we'll come to some examples of that shortly. Could I just start by asking you some questions about the APS values and the Code of Conduct? The APS values are set out in Section 10 of the Public Service Act.
Yes.
And they include being respectful, that is, the APS respects all people, including their rights and heritage. Yes?
Yes.
It includes being impartial. The APS is apolitical and provides the government with advice that is frank, honest, timely, and based on the best available evidence.
Yes.
Just focusing on that word, apolitical, what does that mean to you, and why is it important for the APS to remain apolitical?
It's been a long-standing sort of tradition that obviously we need to be apolitical in doing our work and obviously being able to serve the government of the day. It very much has a strong element of having trust in the ability of the APS to provide, policy advice, to actually implement government decisions and actions, and it is one of the, it's a legislative requirement, is to be sort of impartial, apolitical.
Right. I might come back to some examples of how that might apply in practice in a moment. Then coming to the APS Code of Conduct, that's set out in Section 13 of the Public Service Act.
Yes.
The code includes an obligation to treat everyone with respect and courtesy and without harassment.
Yes.
And requires them to comply with the law.
Yes.
And also requires them to comply with the APS values that we've just been discussing.
Yes.
So then coming back to that obligation to be apolitical, you've said in paragraph 85 of your statement that in the workplace, APS employees can express personal views on political issues, provided it doesn't disrupt the workplace and is consistent with the APS values and Code of Conduct. Given that obligation to be apolitical, could you just explain to us how one could express a personal view on a political issue in the workplace while still being apolitical?
Yes, so we've provided employees with a lot of guidance in around this, and I think what's sort of important to note here is that there's a balance. When we sort of say that obviously we want people to people can make views on either social or political issues, they should be mindful of the nature of what they are. Obviously, comments which are going to discriminate against people, comments which might have a very, very close connection with the role that they are also undertaking, is areas where we're actually trying to provide information to people about some of those risk factors. We've actually done a lot of work over the last few years around trying to remind people about the APS values through a campaign. And in particular, we've also tried to ensure to give people different scenarios around where and when it may not be appropriate to make comments. And what I would say is that there's a judgment sort of factor here for someone. If they're going to make a comment in the workplace which is knowingly going to create disharmony and also impact a particular individual or a group of employees, then obviously those comments shouldn't be made.
So could I give you an example then? Again, the purpose of this example is just to test the boundaries of that obligation to be apolitical. If, for example, someone wore a Free Palestine badge in the workplace, or for that matter, a badge expressing support for Israel, would you consider that to be consistent with the obligation to remain apolitical?
I think consistent with what Ms. James sort of said earlier on, this is a really difficult kind of balance here to provide advice and guidance to people. I mean, if people wanted to identify specifically with a specific group, but equally we are trying to provide some boundaries around where, I guess, political expression or their own social views, but where they come into the workplace, if that is going to create, conflict and is going to create an environment where people don't feel respected, then those are the sorts of factors that people need to weigh up.
So, say for example, someone wore a Free Palestine badge, but they had no cultural connection whatsoever to Palestine. It was more an advocacy position that they had taken. How would you deal with that situation? Is that being apolitical or not?
These things are all going to, I guess, turn on some of the circumstances, which is why we've tried to provide a lot of guidance to employees about what is and isn't acceptable conduct in the workplace. And I guess what I will kind of come back to here is, if it is going to create a situation where other employees did not feel respected, if they felt like it was directed specifically at them, what we would be expecting is that our managers would be sort of focusing on and dealing with that. As part of the work we've done around the Cold Compact, we're really been trying to educate our leaders to create inclusive workplaces where everyone feels respected, and where people feel that they are able to come to the workplace and not feel discriminated because of personal characteristics or background or culture or race.
So I take it you're not in a position to give a definitive answer to my question because it would depend on the circumstances and the context. Is that right?
That is right.
Can I give you another example? When it comes to an APS employee posting material on their own personal social media page, if, for example, they posted material either for or against the actions of Israel in Gaza, how would that be dealt with under the APS values and code of conduct?
So in my evidence, I've pointed to our social media guidance. That was informed in light of a High Court decision there, and we do try to step out examples around what could be considered acceptable or unacceptable behaviour. In particular, we point to things like outside the workplace to consider whether the risk of damage to public confidence by people actually participating in something, having regard to connection between the topic and your work. Also, the more senior you are, the more likely that any comment you made on social media would be seen to be attributed perhaps to the government. It also would depend on the nature of the statement or material, and I guess what is also in my evidence is that there was an open letter to all APS employees by the former Commissioner, Dr. Gordon de Brouw, and also the former Secretary of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Dr. Glyn Davis, which was very clear around kind of expectations of people, and so it did make references if people are making comments that are extreme that are around hate speech, that are really derogatory towards people, then that is really unacceptable, and it is also goes against our obviously discrimination laws, which, as you mentioned earlier, public servants are responsible for also following all applicable Australian laws as well as other requirements that we have in the workplace to treat people with respect.
So I'm focusing on examples where it doesn't rise to the level of hate speech, it doesn't breach anti-discrimination laws. So leaving that sort of commentary aside, if we come back to the example of an APS employee posting on their personal social media about the conflict in Gaza, is it your evidence that it would be more likely to breach the code of conduct if that person had a role in advising on that conflict as part of their duties in the APS?
Yes, that would be a factor of consideration.
And it would be more likely to breach the code of conduct if they identified themselves as an APS employee in making that social media post.
Yes.
And it may be more likely to breach the code of conduct if that person is in a more senior position. Is that right?
That is right. I think the other important element here is, which is in my evidence at 86, is really around whether a reasonable member of the community would actually conclude on the basis of the conduct that the employee or member of a service was unable to serve the government of the day impartially, respectfully, or with integrity in our work. So there is a reasonableness test here. I think it's important to also note that it is both within when you're at work and also outside of work that these responsibilities are still there. And that is something when you go into the public service that you actually understand that it can place limitations on what you can and can't do. And so we do strive to try and make sure that people understand those obligations.
You mentioned earlier in your evidence the open letter. That's the same letter that Ms. James referred to in her evidence that was published in about May 2024. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I'm referring to...
All right. You may have actually, when you used the term open letter before, you might have been referring to the APS's response to it. But the open letter itself, purportedly signed by public servants, you refer to at paragraph 93 of your statement.
Yes.
And you understand that letter was purported to be signed by over 2,000 federal, state and local government public servants?
Yes.
And it expressed concern at what was termed in the letter the complicity in genocide and the colonial project. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And it also made a number of demands of the government, including ceasing any supply of, for example, military parts and weapons to Israel. Is that your recollection?
I haven't seen the actual petition itself. But
I see. So are you then in a position to comment on whether, if an APS employee did sign up to that letter, whether that conduct was consistent with the APS values and code of conduct?
What I am able to say is that there was guidance that was issued by a former colleague who was the Chief Operating Officer at the time to other Chief Operating Officers, providing some specific guidance on how to deal with those matters. It was also the subject of a conversation at a Chief Operating Officers Committee, and it is my understanding that the APSC did provide advice to a number of departments and agencies to assist with them being able to respond. As indicated before, it is the responsibility of agency heads to deal with code of conduct matters within their organisations, but the APSC did assist with advice, and there is part of my attachment to my evidence. I think it is both 37, I refer to the email that was sent to the coup committee regarding public servants' open letter on Gaza, and then 38 is an attachment A to that email, which also goes to some detail around reminding about this social media guidance as well as expectations.
I'll come back to some of that guidance that was issued in a moment, but
Yes.
Assuming that the letter did include the detail that I've outlined to you, would you accept that it was incompatible with the APS employees' obligations to remain apolitical?
I believe that some people were sanctioned, but I actually don't know what happened to those employees that were part of that.
So does that mean you are accepting that
No,
that
it's
there
not.
was a breach of the
I'm not
obligation to be apolitical?
No, it would appear to be a breach of being apolitical. But it turns on, as I said before, if people were working in a role where they were providing advice as well on, for example, on foreign policy or on some specific aspect of that, and how senior or junior employees are as well.
Let's assume that the over 2,000 signatories to the letter were middle or junior employees of the public service. To circulate an open letter identifying them as such, speaking of the Australian government's complicity in the Palestinian genocide, is there a question about whether that's abandoning political neutrality?
I think there's it is highly concerning, and it does border on being not apolitical. Yes.
Now, in terms of the action taken by the Australian Public Service Commission in response, as you've noted, it provided APS agencies through what you referred to earlier as the coup committee network. What is that network?
It's referred to in the start of my evidence. It's basically a group of chief operating officers that are there to support secretaries in their operations of their duties and kind of work across the system to support the delivery of initiatives and priorities of government.
And so in general terms, the guidance that was given through that network to APS agencies was to assist them to remind APS employees of their obligations under the Public Service Act to uphold APS values and the Code of Conduct, and the need for them to be seen as trusted and impartial public servants. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Are you aware of what steps the heads of various APS agencies then took in terms of fulfilling that request or guidance?
I'm not able to probably comment on that.
All right. Is there any, when the APSC issues guidance of that kind, is there any process in place for following up on what actions APS agencies have taken in response?
So there are a few mechanisms where we often will follow up on response. So often through coup committee, we'll probably know around the implementation of things. We also, through the APS agency census, will often ask questions around implementation on, say, diversity inclusion policies or on other initiatives that we might have put into, I guess, practice, or might be an area of focus at the moment.
Have you read the witness statement of Ms. James?
I have.
And you were present for her evidence earlier.
I was.
And she suggested there was a need for a stronger whole of APS guidance around the response to that open letter. What's your reaction to her evidence on that topic?
We have been doing a lot of work to make sure people do understand their roles and responsibilities. Obviously, when that open letter occurred, there was action taken through the Chief Operating Officers Committee. There is also in the integrity module that has been developed by the APSC and is available on APS Learn. There actually is, within that is a scenario, and it actually goes to signing of petitions and gives some examples and guidance around, I guess, things and factors that people might need to be thinking about. We always have to keep, communicating and reminding people, I guess, around what people's expectations and things are. And as I mentioned before, the letter that was sent by the former Commissioner and the former Secretary of PM&C was to make clear to all of our APS employees what were those clear expectations.
Was that letter, this is the one from October 2024, which you refer to at paragraph 27 of your statement, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I just...
that was distributed to all members of the Australian Public Service, was it?
That's correct.
And was it prompted by the petition or something else?
I think it was, as indicated in my statement, just by current world events.
Can you be a bit more specific than that?
I think with what was happening kind of in the Middle East and what we were probably seeing over that period of time, there was a need to, communicate and remind people about what is and what wasn't acceptable. What is not acceptable behaviour in the public service.
Now, as you've said, that was, I take it, an email sent to all members of the Australian Public Service. It's not unknown for APS-wide emails of that kind to be glossed over by recipients from time to time. Has your office or anyone else in the APS done an assessment of whether communications of that kind are actually effective in changing attitudes or behaviours?
I would say that this email is just one of many things that we would try to do. I mentioned before our integrity training. We're obviously also, through the APS HR sort of profession advisory group, will often be sharing materials and learnings through there. And the other key sort of step that we took was to publish a circular, which was on the 9th of February 26 on working together to combat anti-Semitism.
I'll come back to that circular in a moment, but just returning to my question, has there been any assessment of whether emails like that actually have an impact on attitudes and behaviours?
I don't have that, don't know.
I see. So then coming to that circular, this is the one that you referred to at paragraph 37 of your statement from February 2026.
That's
is that
right.
Entitled Working Together to Combat Antisemitism in the APS. Is that the one that you're referring to?
Yes.
And what prompted the sending of that circular?
It was in response to the Australian government releasing its Eliminating Antisemitism report, and this was a direct sort of action. Like we often will put out circulars which are to set sort of APS-wide sort of standards and direction, and we wanted to reinforce that we had zero tolerance of anti-Semitism. We want to provide guidance around the role of APS agencies and leaders and staff, setting those expectations and requirements, and also to outline the work that we were doing with the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism.
And to whom was that circular distributed?
It's placed on the APSC website, and I also communicated that out to the Chief Operating Officers Network. It also would have gone out to a whole range of other people through our our particular networks and things, and reminding people of that. I also spoke, as I mentioned in my evidence here as well, to the APS Cold SES group also.
So that circular is not something that was sent to all employees of the APS directly?
No, typically circulars aren't.
All right. And so you say it was put on the APSC website and distributed to the COO network, and I think you say in your evidence it was also distributed to the Human Resource Integrity and Communications teams?
That's right, yes.
Is that what you meant by other networks before?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And does the APSC get any feedback on the extent to which the circular has been acted on in various agencies?
So we've certainly been asked to provide some advice sort of in and around the circular. We don't typically go and ask people whether they've acted on it at all, but they usually do, because we're communicating. And obviously one of the things that I would say in particular is that that circular referred to the work we're doing with the Special Envoy, and there's been multiple engagement with a whole range of APS agencies and departments to assist both us with sort of the learning and development products that we are working on at the moment.
Should the APSC have a role in monitoring the implementation of circulars like that, or is that just beyond its remit?
We sometimes will ask more probably an APS census about whether people are, we might ask people to report against particular things or initiatives that we might be doing, but to be honest, most people are very good at actually following the circulars, because it's where they draw their guidance and things from. And I would have expected, it's quite likely that there were messages out from APS agencies actually linking to that particular circular.
But when you say generally they're very good at acting on those sorts of circulars, that's just based on sort of anecdotal information that you've heard rather than any formal.
Yes, I don't have
monitoring
evidence of them.
I see. Can I ask you then about the culturally and linguistically diverse strategy that you've mentioned, and we've heard from Ms. James about today as well? The APSC was tasked with developing that in February 2023.
That's right.
And it was released in April 2024. Is that right?
That's right.
And you say at paragraph 22 that it's intended to assist and support agency heads and all APS employees to identify, prevent and respond to all forms of prejudice and exclusion, including anti-Semitism.
That's right.
Now, you heard Ms. James's evidence earlier to the effect that as far as she's concerned, that the touchstone that was landed upon to determine whether someone's culturally or linguistically diverse was the first language spoken by them. Is that correct as a matter of fact, that was the touchstone? That is
the touchstone that is used to set the SES benchmark. We've got a target of trying to increase the number of called employees at the senior executive service levels.
And what about more generally? Is that the touchstone used under the strategy to determine whether someone's culturally or linguistically diverse?
We've been doing a lot of work on the definition. The definition itself, there is no one agreed metric or definition around call. This is something that we've been quite conscious of and trying to look at. In my evidence, there's a pack in here of the consultation paper that went out to people, and we've also tried to do some analysis against that. The reason why the
First language spoken.
First language spoken other than English was because it was actually a metric that we had in our APS employment database. However, what we do recognise is that being called is multidimensional, and it is not easy to necessarily pinpoint a definitive sort of definition there. So what we've been trying to do is to be telling people to be as expansive as possible when they're thinking about our initiatives or training or programs, to actually include more people in there rather than sort of trying to necessarily narrow that. So we're trying to get them to look at culture, look at race, look at other characteristics that reflect called people.
I see. So I take it you agree with Ms. James's comment that using first language spoken is not a reliable indicator of whether someone's Jewish or not, for example?
Yes.
Yes. And so when you say you're encouraging agencies to think more broadly and look at culture, for example, how do you assist them to identify different cultures, and including to identify how someone is Jewish, given the various different ways in which someone can identify as Jewish?
So one of the things that we have done recently, that was sort of on the back of the cold work, was to, we call, just trying to find the reference here. Many Cultures won APS video series at 50. So what we've found to have a lot of impact is to have lived experience video series, and we've shared the experiences of APS employees from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. It tells the stories of 10 APS employees. It does include a Jewish story. We have stories from people from Vietnam, from Afghanistan there, and what has been built with that is a reflection guide to actually support team discussions about cultural diversity in APS workplaces, so that people can watch those videos together and seek to have greater understanding of different cultural diversity within the APS workplaces.
So is it your position that the COLD strategy as currently formulated does recognise someone who identifies as Jewish as culturally diverse, or does further work need to be done in that regard?
I think we're always having a lot of discussions around whether definitions actually do kind of capture people. I mean, some people do identify as being cold who are Jewish, like I know people that do, but equally people may not as well. So I think it is somewhere that we need to understand a bit more, and there's probably further work that we can kind of consider there, particularly around how people might refer to themselves in terms of their identity, their culture, their experience.
Can I then come to some of the more recent initiatives? As you've explained in your statement, from September last year, the APS engaged with the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. I take it you accept the Special Envoy's position that there is a need to build anti-Semitism awareness in the public sector?
Yes.
In response to the Special Envoy's plan, the government committed to strengthening the understanding of anti-Semitism within the APS, correct?
Yes.
And subsequently, the APSC worked together with the Special Envoy to develop new training dealing with anti-Semitism.
Yes.
That included developing new content for what's called the APS Foundation's Diversity and Inclusion e-learning module.
Yes.
and that module was in existence before, but was updated in May this year to include some content on anti-Semitism.
That's right.
That's an online module.
Yes.
And could I just go to that document? It is APS.0547.001.0197 and go to page 0211. So you see the heading there, diverse and inclusive workplaces, and it says under there, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, harassment, vilification, racism and discrimination have no place in APS workplaces. You see that?
Yes.
And then it refers to the National Anti-Racism Framework, and then over on the next page, there's the section on anti-Semitism. And this is the extent of the content that deals specifically with anti-Semitism in this module, correct?
Yes.
And so there it's extracted the first paragraph of the IRA working definition.
That's right.
And here it doesn't refer to any examples of what anti-Semitism might look like. Would you agree that one cannot obtain a proper understanding of anti-Semitism without working through some examples of what it looks like in practice?
Yes, this is a foundation module, and we are doing further work at the moment on a dedicated standalone anti-Semitism module.
I'll come to ask you about that in a moment. So I take it you'd accept that this on its own is insufficient in terms of anti-Semitism training?
It's not detailed enough, no.
And when this module was updated in May 2026, were any steps taken to inform APS employees that there was new content in the module?
My understanding is that we circulated this out through APS sort of learning networks to agencies who have our modules on their own learning platforms. I'm just trying to think whether in my evidence where I'd mentioned anything further there.
Was it then up to individual agencies to encourage their employees to undertake the updated module, or is that part of the APSC's responsibility?
So usually there's mandatory learning that's in place with agencies, and so some of them will might pick up our diversity and inclusion module there. We'll get the new sort of content, usually on a cycle when people need to complete mandatory learning by a certain time of year.
As far as you know, were any steps taken to encourage APS employees to complete this new module?
I don't know in which agencies this module would have necessarily been, but if they did have the new content module, and I think 2 of the agencies that Access did, then people would have completed the new module if they were due to complete it, because they've often got a certain time to complete that learning in the cycle.
But do APS employees only have to do this module once, or do they have to do it repeatedly?
For most agencies, often it will be annually. So for the APSC, every year we've actually got to complete that foundational diversity and inclusion module.
So is it mandatory for existing APS employees to complete the updated module?
So mandatory learning modules are set by APS agency heads, so they might have a different suite of modules, but in my experience, having worked in different agencies, a diversity and inclusion module is usually included in a mandatory regular requirement to complete each year.
And is it mandatory for new staff to complete the updated module?
So new staff will complete. The new module is now available. So at the time when this module was released in May, it would have been very late in the cycle. So normally people would have been completing their mandatory learning, whereas when the next cycle goes over, that'll be the new module that most employees will complete.
And so I take it the APSC does not keep track of the number of individuals who have completed the updated module?
No, it's something that we probably need to look at a bit more, because people host our learning on their own platforms. We're actually not able to see at a APS-wide level how many people have necessarily completed the learning, unless we actually ring up and ask every agency, or ask a question in the APS agency census about completion.
Right. Given part of the APSC's functions is to facilitate continuous improvement in the APS, it would be appropriate, wouldn't it, for it to keep track of whether agencies are actually doing the training?
I think it's something we definitely need to be looking at.
Now, we received evidence from Ms Yoldick at the Department of Education in her statement dated 8 July that since the introduction of that updated module, only one person in the department had completed that training. So that's one person between its release and 8 July 2026. Is that of concern to you?
Yes, we were obviously wanting, I'm not aware of that particular statement, but of course we're wanting to create the broadest amount of awareness that we can on anti-Semitism.
And so do you accept that the APSC should have a role not only in monitoring whether people are undertaking the training, but encouraging them to do so?
Yes, I think through our APS Learn networks and through COO committees and through other forums, we'll definitely be promoting both our foundational diversity and inclusion module, as well as the specific standalone module on anti-Semitism that we're working on at the moment.
And in relation to that new module that you referred to, that's also being developed with assistance from the Special Envoy's office, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And that will be a standalone module dealing with anti-Semitism?
Yes, it's a 40-minute module that is currently being piloted in a select group of Department of Home Affairs staff, as well as Department of Education. We're going through a series of pilots at the moment after having received pretty substantial feedback on a number of iterations of that module to date. The second phase of that pilot, ASECA is helping to facilitate a small group of Jewish organisations with expertise around education to assist with the development of that module. And then there's a further series of pilots which will be with Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, AGD, and I think another department. So we are testing the content as we're going, trying to make sure that it is reflective of the experiences, the lived experience of Jewish APS employees, that it kind of covers history, examples of anti-Semitism, gives an understanding of where Jewish people from, who are in Australia have actually come from. So it's got lots of details, and it also goes into detail around some of the recent anti-Semitic events in Australia as well.
Do you have a timeline for when that module will be finalised and rolled out?
The week commencing the 24th of August, it's going to be rolled out and available across the APS. It's just going through its stages of piloting at the moment.
Will it be mandatory for all APS employees to complete that module?
We strongly encourage people to complete our learning. There is only one mandatory training that is required of all APS employees, and that relates to integrity, and that's under the Commissioner's directions.
Should it be mandatory for all staff to complete this training?
Most of our training, we always want to encourage people to do it, and we'll be doing everything to promote this training to people to complete and understand more about anti-Semitism.
Is there a particular reason why you don't impose mandatory training other than that one module?
It's just not been our practice to the origin of the mandatory integrity training. As I understand it, came out of the Thodey review, and also some work done by a late former APS commissioner, which was looking around institutional integrity, and there was a decision made at that point to use commissioner's directions. So it was a decision of that particular commissioner to put directions in place that integrity training, either the APSC's version of integrity training or equivalent, needed to be completed by all APS employees within 6 months of entering the public service. It's also a requirement for contractors and I think consultants as well.
You're aware that in December to January just gone, there was a pilot training program run for the Department of Home Affairs and the Attorney General's Department, which involved both an online module for anti-Semitism followed by sort of a 60 to 90 minute instructor-led module facilitated by the Sydney Jewish Museum. You're aware of that pilot?
Yes, a couple of our employees participated in that.
Yeah. Did the APSC have any role in facilitating that, or was that agency-led?
I don't know the genesis of that.
Is it desirable for anti-Semitism training closer to that module to be rolled out across the APS, at least to maybe those at a more senior level?
I think the standalone module is kind of foundational, but for leaders, what we often know is really good practice is obviously to have something that's more facilitated and led, and we've certainly for SES as an example have had SES integrity masterclasses which have actually been facilitated to actually enable greater understanding of issues, but also to enable people to have debate, I guess, and discussion and get deeper into understanding an issue.
And does the APSC have any role in rolling out training of that kind across the APS, or are you just leaving that to individual agencies to decide whether to implement it?
So there is under sort of made reference to the APS HR profession. We're actually having some conversations as a group at the moment to understand what different organisations or different agencies and departments are doing, to see whether that might be something that we could roll, out more broadly. So it's something that we're looking at to see, like, what are the different ways that we can actually, create great awareness and understanding.
Could I ask you finally about data collection? And you mentioned the census earlier. Is it right that the APSC presently doesn't collect data regarding, for example, the number of complaints of anti-Semitism made in a particular agency? You don't collect data of that kind at the moment? No,
we don't have ask a question specifically about that, but in the last the 2025 census, there is free text comments that can be made, and there was 2 comments relating to anti-Semitism. In the 2026 census, we've asked specifically 2 new questions, which is to get to has there been if there's been informal complaints made about race and religion, and also to ask what are actually APS agencies and departments actually doing to address address those issues in the workplace.
Did you say informal complaints?
Yes,
Yes.
so we do collect other discrimination or other data if someone has made that, but that doesn't necessarily break down for us to understand the nature of it. It would normally be in the form of discrimination around race or religion.
Yes, and just to clarify that the census you're referring to is what's known as the APS employee census, and that's sent out to all APS employees.
That is in, yes, the second part around us asking specific questions is actually the APS agency census, which is where we'll often look to monitor, what's happening in particular areas. And so one of the areas that we're looking at the moment is to understand the type of informal complaints that might be made and how are those things actually being dealt with, to see what policies or procedures are being put into place.
I see. When you say that APS agency census, is that the same thing as the APS agency survey that you referred to
Yes.
in your statement?
Yep, that's
I
sorry.
see.
Yes, survey.
And in terms of those new questions in the survey, will they ask for a breakdown in terms of the type of complaint, in terms of whether it's anti-Semitic or otherwise?
It doesn't go into that specific detail, but we would be able to probably determine if someone did make a complaint specifically about that, if that's what the agency told us. I should point out in the APS agency census, because departments and agencies get that information, they're actually able to filter and search on topics, and one of the areas that they could search is anti-Semitism, to know exactly where those concerns actually are in the workplace, if they are happening.
Would that only pick up the free text responses
Only the
of the
free
kind
text
you outlined?
responses, yeah.
All right, and not everybody elects to put in free text
No.
responses.
No.
So it's not a particularly reliable indication of where there might be problems with anti-Semitism in particular agencies. Is that fair?
No, that is fair, which is why we have done quite a bit of work on speak up culture, and trying to create psychological safe workplaces where people feel free to be able to come forward and raise complaints. And part of that has also been to remind people of the pathways for them to actually raise issues and concerns in the workplace.
So just coming back to the census for a moment, you say at paragraph 115 that the APSC monitors the census findings each year. To what end or for what purpose?
To understand if there are areas that we might need to focus in, specifically. So we've referenced there the State of the Service report. It actually goes into quite a lot of detail. In recent years, we've focused a lot on integrity and the values, and we use this information to really identify where the priorities are or where we might need to put more system-wide guidance or policies or advice out there. It also assists us to, think about whether we need to develop new learning and development programs as well.
Right. Does the APSC review that data to determine, for example, if there are particular agencies where there are more complaints of racial discrimination than other agencies?
We certainly do, and we actually follow up on that. So we would actually have a conversation with that agency, with the relevant contacts, to actually understand, why there's such a high incidence, what they're actually doing about that.
And so, going forward, would it be desirable for either the census or the survey to collect specific data about different manifestations of racism, whether that be anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or other kinds?
I think that is something that we could definitely be, exploring to understand, a bit more understanding about what the actual form of discrimination is.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Talbot. You are excused.
Sorry, Commissioner, I see that Mr Kaplan is
I'm so
standing
sorry,
up.
Commissioner.
Mr Kaplan.
I only have a handful of questions. Ms Talbot, is the APSC able to track training undertaken by APS employees, and if so, how?
As I sort of mentioned earlier on, the only way we're able to track is if people are actually doing that training through our online learning platforms. A lot of APS agencies actually host APSC learning on their own learning management systems. So it is one of those areas where, unless we ask agencies, we're not necessarily able to know how many people are completing that training.
If the training is is made available on a platform hosted by the particular APS agency?
Yes, we would need to ask them how many people have completed that learning.
All right, and in developing its training relating to anti-Semitism and Jewish cultural awareness, did the APSC consult with any Jewish organisations or individuals?
Yes, so we've had a small group of both current and former APS Jewish employees who've been assisting us with that learning module. We've been working very closely with the SECA, who've been providing subject matter expertise, and I think from 5 to about mid-August, SECA are actually arranging for a small group of Jewish organisations with specific expertise around education to assist with the development of that product, further curating of the standalone anti-Semitism module.
Thank you. Can I ask you 2 questions about CALLED? First of all, when the strategy was introduced, what was its purpose?
Its purpose was to be very, I guess, broad. It wasn't defined to be about specific types of employees. It was meant to be really more creating an inclusive APS environment, being very clear about the requirements, and I'll just go to my specific statement there, which I think is at 22.
Yes.
So it was really part of our broader efforts to promote inclusion and address racism, discrimination, and intolerance in APS workplaces. It was about cultural safety, creating the right environment around respectful workplaces, and importantly around leadership, accountability. So I mentioned earlier around the CALLED Compact, which really sets the expectations that we have of leaders to create inclusive workplaces, to role model inclusive behaviour, and in particularly it goes through a series of actions that those leaders should be taking within the workplace.
You referred to the CALLED consultation paper in response to the question posed by counsel assisting. May we please bring up the document APS.0547.0001.0079? Is that the document that you were referring to, Ms. Talbot?
Yes,
Can you see it on your screen, Ms. Talbot?
I've only got the first page, but I
Yes.
think...
You have the document with
Yeah,
you
I've got
as
the
well
document
the
with me in
witness
front of
box?
me, yes.
Understood. All right, I just wanted to draw to your attention the final paragraph on page 2 of that document in the section titled Terminology. Can you just explain the further analysis, not Roman 2, I'm sorry, that's right, that's the page ending 0083. So in the final paragraph you refer to some further analysis that's been undertaken. Are you able to elaborate on that analysis that was undertaken?
So we did look more broadly, other than first language spoken. So we did look at data around region of birth and cultural background, and those findings are actually at the back of this report.
Right, and where you refer to cultural background, in your view, would that encompass Jewish identity?
That's how we would have meant it to encompass. We may not necessarily have that data, though.
I see, and this analysis that was undertaken and the findings that are referred to in the last sentence on page 2, do they now inform the way in which the called strategy is understood and applied by the APSC?
Yes, as I indicated in evidence earlier, we're looking at a much more expansive view of what called identity is, and particularly with our programs and our initiatives and learning.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Talbot. No further questions,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Mr. Kathrina. Anything arising?
No, thank you.
Well, I'll try again. You are excused, Ms. Talbot.
Thank you.
I now call Kathrina Lowe, the New South Wales
Yes.
Public Service Commissioner.
Will you be taking an oath for information? Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
Kathrina Lowe.
And you have prepared a statement dated 16 June 2026, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have a copy of that there with you?
Yes, I do.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I tender that statement, stat.899.0001.0388_R.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
You are the New South Wales Public Service Commissioner,
That's correct.
and you've been in that role since April 2020.
That's right.
And as you note in paragraph 8 of your statement, the principal objectives of the Commissioner's role are those set out in section 10 of the Government Sector Employment Act 2013.
That's right.
And they include promoting and maintaining the highest levels of integrity, impartiality, accountability and leadership across the government sector.
Yes.
As well as fostering a public service culture in which integrity, trust, service and accountability are strongly valued.
That's right.
And building confidence in the government sector.
That's correct.
And under section 11 of the Act, your function is to lead the strategic development and management of the government sector workforce in relation to various matters.
Correct.
Including equity and diversity.
Yes.
And general conduct and compliance with ethical practices, amongst other things.
Yes.
You also have the power under section 8A to adopt a mandatory code of ethics and conduct for the New South Wales Public Service.
Yes.
And you have adopted such a code in May 2024.
That's right.
I'll come to the detail of that shortly. In your statement at paragraph 19, you explain that while you are responsible for developing, promoting and maintaining the code, agency heads are responsible for the management of their own agencies, correct?
That's right.
And as you describe it, the day-to-day responsibility for an agency's workforce and culture is a matter for the heads of those agencies.
That's right.
Now, in terms of your office, excluding yourself, you currently have 17 staff plus 2 temporary roles.
That's right.
And how many employees are there in the New South Wales Public Service, roughly?
More than 470,000.
And prior to July 2024, the equivalent office, then being the Public Service Commission, had something like 130 employees. Is that right?
That's right.
So there's been somewhat of a reduction over time in terms of the number of employees working on the sort of work for which you're responsible.
Yes.
But that previous commission also had some different responsibilities from the ones that
right.
you currently
That's
have.
right.
Now, in that context, you've observed at paragraph 20 that that the resourcing of your office is such that you aren't resourced to get involved in what you've described as local issues. What do you mean by that exactly?
So that's matters that would be under the purview of the agency head, who is the employer of the staff in their agency. The resourcing is only one element of it. The other element is the legal framework, the Government Sector Employment Act, which gives agency heads particular roles. So I think we need to look at both those things together.
Certainly. And the role of agency heads includes dealing with any breaches of the Code of Conduct, for
That's
example, and imposing any disciplinary sanctions in response.
Yes.
Could I then ask you about the code that you referred to earlier? Although before I get to that, at paragraph 15, you refer to the ethical framework that's in Part 2 of the Government Sector Employment Act.
Yes.
And that ethical framework includes integrity, including considering people equally without prejudice or favour. Yes?
It does.
As well as trust, which has a number of elements but includes providing apolitical and non-partisan advice.
That's correct.
And the Code of Conduct that you adopted in May 2024, among other things, requires New South Wales government sector employees to act in accordance with the ethical framework we've just been discussing.
Yes.
And that code sets out various expected standards of behaviour, including, among other things, that bullying, unlawful discrimination and all forms of harassment are not acceptable.
Yes.
The code also provides that departments and agencies may supplement the code with their own requirements specific to their operating environment and business risks.
That's correct, but they can't alter or subtract from the mandatory code that I issue.
I see. And is one recent example of that the Department of Education's Code of Ethics and Conduct, which was updated earlier this year to include statements about hate speech and providing examples of racist behaviour?
That's right.
Do you have any role in developing codes of that kind, or is that just left to the individual agencies?
So that was an addition to the mandatory code to deal with their own operational context and the risks that they were managing in an education context. Agency heads aren't required to consult with me when they add provisions to the mandatory code.
I see. And you didn't have any consultation role in respect of that particular code?
No.
Can I then ask you about that obligation in the ethical framework to be apolitical?
Yes.
And can I start with conduct within the workplace, so that is not a public-facing role, but within the workplace? Would you consider it a breach of the obligation to remain apolitical for someone to make a statement in the workplace, either supporting or opposing the actions of the government of Israel in Gaza?
Yes, I think as the previous witness said, it's not always so simple. Obviously, the ethical framework and the legislated core values apply, as does the mandatory code, but other relevant instruments would include any additions an agency has made to the code, any other agency level policies or guidance. If I could give the concrete example that came up earlier about the open letter, I think that was addressed to the PM or the Commonwealth Government, referred to genocide, was signed by 2,000 or so public servants right across the country. That is clearly a case where public servants cross the line in New South Wales.
So that was obviously had a public-facing element, and
Yes.
that it was well publicised.
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons why you say it crosses the line?
So the actions there weren't consistent with the legislated core values for the government sector and the requirements to remain impartial and apolitical. Another aggravating factor, if I could put it that way, is that public servants not only signed with their names, but they clearly identified the departments they work for. So after that occurred, the Secretary of the Premier's Department and myself sent a message to every single public servant in New South Wales, reinforcing the values of the public service, reinforcing obligations under the code, and just emphasising the requirement on New South Wales public servants to remain impartial and apolitical.
As you say, that notice was issued individually to every single member of the New South Wales Public Service, but by you?
Yes, so how it's done in practice is there is a communications team within the Premier's Department, and they are networked with other communications teams in other agencies, and the message is spread through those networks to staff.
I see.
Yeah.
And I take it you form the view it was appropriate to ensure that message was delivered to each member of the public service rather than relying on others to
Correct.
take steps to...
Yeah, it's a fairly serious step for the Secretary of the Premier's Department and myself to issue a joint message that would land in the inbox of more than 470,000 public servants. And we thought this issue was serious enough.
Are there other occasions on which you've taken a step during your tenure in terms of sending out a message to each and every public servant?
Yes, there is another example that's relevant to the subject matter of this Royal Commission, and this followed the incident involving the 2 nurses at Bankstown Hospital. Once again, the Secretary of the Premier's Department and myself sent a message which reached every single public servant across our sector, once again reinforcing the values of the public service, the obligations under the code, and importantly trying to get that message across that every single member of the community in New South Wales needs to feel safe accessing public services which we provide.
I might come back to the content of that circular in a moment. Coming back to this obligation to remain apolitical and going from comments in the workplace to comments made in public-facing roles, there is a part of the Code of Ethics that you adopted that relates to making public comment. Correct?
Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. I just need you to answer for the transcript.
Yes.
And that concerns any comment expected to be seen or heard by members of the public. That's how it's defined.
Yes.
And you say in your statement at paragraph 40 that actually has a wide application because 85% of New South Wales public sector employees are public facing.
Yes, I considered frontline.
Yes. And so the code says that employees must not make any public comment in the course of their work without authorisation.
Yes.
and goes on to say that they must not act in a way that casts doubt on their ability to act impartially, apolitically and professionally.
Yes.
So can I just test how that applies in practice? So you would consider, for example, a nurse working in a public hospital to be in a public-facing role?
Yes.
So does that then mean that if any nurse in a public hospital made a comment to a patient that was either for or against the conduct of Israel in Gaza, would that necessarily be a breach of the code?
I think that, you know, these matters are complex and involve a degree of judgment and the application of not only the code and the ethical framework, but agency level policies. I am aware that New South Wales Health and local health districts have their own policies as well. So to be able to answer a question like that, we would have to know the full, you know, facts of the circumstances as well as the details of any agency level policy. I'm sorry, I just don't have that level of detail on agency level policy to be able to apply it to a factual circumstance.
I see. The code also says that you're able to participate in public debate on political and social issues in a private capacity, including on social media, but it should be clearly identified and be understood to be your own personal views. Is that
yes.
right? And it should also be a lawful comment.
Yes.
So, for example, not breaching anti-discrimination laws.
Yes.
Is that the approach? And so does that mean as long as a New South Wales public service employee does not identify themselves as such on their personal social media, and as long as it doesn't breach the law, can they express whatever political views they might wish to on their personal social media, or
once again, it very much depends on the circumstances of the particular case. As referred to by the previous witness, you know, a factor such as the seniority of a person, so if it was a secretary, an agency head, a statutory officer like myself, or somebody else who was quite senior, who could be identified or known to be associated with a particular department or with government, I think somebody would need to tread very carefully before posting on social media. Our guidance that we've issued to the sector on social media recognises that things aren't always clear cut, and what we're trying to help public servants to do is, before posting or commenting or sharing, is really to think through the issues and develop and exercise sound judgment. Hence our social media guidance includes a set of scenarios and points to help public servants think through things carefully before they post.
And I take it another relevant factor would be if the person posting the material was advising on or working on the very issue about which they're posting?
Yes.
You've said in your statement that your office has not issued specific guidance or direction on the wearing or displaying of political material while working, but that some departments and agencies can and have supplemented the code on that topic.
Yes.
Would there be value in guidance on that sort of issue being centralised and emerging from your office rather than leaving it to agencies on a case-by-case basis?
I'm open to it. The reality is no agency has raised with me a need for central guidance on that matter above and beyond what's in the code already. I think this contrasts to the social media guidance which we issued. We developed that guidance after agencies were telling us that there were more public servants tripping up in their use of social media, and it would be helpful for us to issue some guidance. And we had also observed some social media activity on LinkedIn where we thought there could be a question mark as to whether a public servant would be perceived as impartial and apolitical because of the posts they made. And because I think so much of our workforce is frontline and many of them do wear uniforms, there is agency level guidance, policy and dress code requirements, and that is more appropriate done at that agency level than centrally.
And you mentioned that you received some feedback from agencies about social media issues.
Yes.
How do you go about collecting that feedback? Is there a formalised process for that, or is it just kind of ad hoc as an agency raises it with you?
So sometimes is ad hoc, but I also have regular meetings with secretaries and various agency heads. We chair and run different forums and groups where we get feedback through those mechanisms, and we also analyse very carefully the data that comes back through the annual People Matter Employee Survey, which is a survey of New South Wales public servants.
I'll ask you about that survey shortly. Can I then come back to the circular you mentioned after the incident with the nurses at Bankstown Hospital? I'll just bring that up on the screen. That's NPC.0001.0001.0020. Is this the email you were referring to earlier?
Yes, it is.
So that was issued on the 14th of February 2025.
That's right.
And this was prompted by the incident with the
Yes,
two
it
nurses?
was.
And so that explains the reference in the second paragraph, does it, to, and in particular, our New South Wales Health colleagues?
Yes, that's right.
Now, this email, among other things, emphasised the need to be independent and impartial.
Yes.
And to uphold the reputation of your department.
Yes.
Notes that everyone has a right to express their views and support causes, but with a mind to how that might impact your role as a public servant and trusting institutions.
Yes.
Can I ask why, given the incident that precipitated this message, that the message did not specifically address the topic of anti-Semitism or racism more generally?
I think our approach to date, to that time, had been very much to deal with issues of racism in a very broad-based way, and to deal with inclusion and belonging in that broader way, and to foster those sorts of inclusive, respectful cultures where people felt like they belong. I think people reading that message would know what we were talking about, given the media reporting at the time, given that it was the subject of conversation in the public service as well as outside the public service, and the reference to New South Wales colleagues. It would have been very clear what we were talking about.
While I have no doubt a lot of people receiving the message would have known what it was referring to, in hindsight, would there have been value in expressly calling out, if not anti-Semitism specifically, racism specifically, given the incident that prompted this?
Yeah, look, I think with hindsight and the events that have occurred since, I mean, if something like that occurred now, we would probably frame that message differently.
And in circumstances where it didn't refer to anti-Semitism or racism at all, would you accept that might have possibly adversely impacted the extent to which Jewish members of the public service receiving that message might have felt part of an inclusive environment?
It may have. I mean, it's difficult for me to speculate on how people feel, but I think our intent, was a good intent, and we've always tried to foster inclusion. We've got a broad program of work around anti-racism, and this year we are, as part of that education program, dealing with racism as experienced by the Jewish community as well.
And can I then come to the topic of training and resources regarding racism? You mentioned the anti-racism guide that was published in 2024. What's the purpose of that document?
So it was really to uplift understanding of racism, of discrimination and other unlawful behaviours in that similar vein. It was to help people understand what it means to be anti-racist as opposed to being neutral. We talk about individual actions that people can take. It covers manager actions that managers can take, and it also talks about legal obligations as well.
And so who's the intended audience of the document?
The intended audience is the entire public service. The other thing that we were trying to get people to do is really reflect. So if you go to the guide, you'll see that there are different reflection points for people. We're trying to, I guess, lift cultural capability and racial literacy.
And that document doesn't refer to anti-Semitism or I think any other specific kind of racism. Was there a particular reason for that approach being adopted? Yeah,
so our approach was very much a broad-based approach to racism and anti-racism, and to foster that inclusive, respectful workplaces, and also an inclusive and respectful approach when dealing with members of the community.
And why is that broad approach preferable to one that specifically identifies subcategories of racism?
Yeah, well, partly because the New South Wales society has so many different demographics in it and so many different cultural groups. So we were trying to be inclusive. Our workforce is drawn from the community, obviously, so we're a very diverse workforce. And we've also found that approaches that are inclusive rather than dividing people are more effective.
That being said, your program of work for 2026 to 2027 does refer to strengthening that guide by exploring opportunities to amplify specific sections. Is that contemplating that there might be reference to species of racism?
That's right, and a lot of that focus will be on examples of racism experienced by particular groups, so that people who aren't part of those groups understand how it plays out for people within those groups.
And where is that work stream up to in terms of updating that?
Sure, so before the end of this week we will be publishing something we called a Commissioner's Spotlight on anti-racism, and it's really about giving people practical actions that they can take to be anti-racist. That spotlight will include examples of different forms of racism, including antisemitism. Before the end of the year, we'll also be delivering for the whole sector a series of anti-racism educational videos. So we will deliver 3 videos first. They will be on understanding what racism is, understanding what it means to be anti-racist, and then what to do if you experience or witness racism. So we see those as foundational videos. And then the second 3 videos will really deep dive into the lived experiences of 3 groups in the community, Jewish community, the Muslim community and First Nations people.
How do you go about defining anti-Semitism for the purposes of the work that you're doing?
So we've actually found, well, in all our experience doing inclusion and anti-racism work, that it is most impactful and effective when we focus on building understanding, empathy, allyship, and capability through sharing lived experiences and through storytelling. That's not to say definitions can't assist in that process, but what we're really trying to do is help public servants to identify, prevent and respond to racism in all its forms in practice. So we're not, landing on one definition or getting hung up on one definition. It's about how people experience racism and then what we can each do as public servants to prevent and respond to racism.
And those videos you mentioned earlier, is it the second tranche that will address specific forms of racism, including anti-Semitism, Islamophobia and racism against First Nations people?
That's right.
Okay. And you refer to consulting with a number of experts in respect of that work.
That's right.
What sort of experts are you consulting?
So people that have developed this type of training before. We've sought advice from Multicultural New South Wales on individuals and community groups that we can seek advice from. We've also got public servants with lived experience who are providing us with input. And I understand one of the witnesses this morning, Rabbi Kastel, referred to a conversation with me. It was a very constructive conversation, and we will be meeting after our appearance at the Royal Commission. He's got some really practical ideas, and I think he will be a good person to work with.
So does that mean that, for example, on the anti-Semitism component of the video, you'll be consulting with Jewish public service employees?
Yes,
on that?
Those who volunteer to, so we're not making anybody be involved. Yeah.
Right. And what about Jewish community organisations? Is there any consultation planned?
Yes, there will be. So Multicultural New South Wales has given us some names and groups to consult with, and I'm sorry I can't specify them. I don't have the list in front of me, but we've received some advice on that.
All right. And will it be mandatory for all public sector employees to view those videos?
So we're going to strongly encourage public servants to view the videos. There's a two-pronged approach to this. So there are things that we can effectively do from the centre, from my office, which is provide that foundational training, that basic, cultural capability and racial literacy knowledge. There are things that it is more effective for departments and agencies to do themselves. And examples of that would be in the education setting, in the school setting. The Department of Education has its own anti-racism initiatives and anti-Semitism initiatives, and in the healthcare setting, the local health districts, New South Wales Health and HETI, the Health Education Training Institute, would also have initiatives that apply to the healthcare setting.
So does that mean there won't be any monitoring by your office in terms of the take-up of those videos?
No, not systematically. We might ask for some feedback through the Chief People Officers group that I chair, for some feedback on the rollout of the videos and the take-up of those videos, but we're certainly not going to invoke any powers that I have to try and get information on how many public servants have watched the videos. That might even be hard to do if people are watching it on their own devices.
I see. Are there any plans by your office to facilitate in-person anti-Semitism training across the New South Wales public service?
Yes, we're giving some thought to that. We have done in-person events around CALD inclusion, for example. We do that through something we call an inclusion forum. Following the conversation I had with the Rabbi, my team and I are giving some thought on how we could do things in person, but noting that we have a very large workforce, so to do in-person training for 470,000 people would be quite a task.
Yeah. What about targeting at more senior level decision makers?
And
Is
yes,
that
we
more
could.
feasible?
We actually did run a webinar for senior executives in the sector on anti-racism. One of the speakers was the Federal Race Discrimination Commissioner, so we definitely do things that target different cohorts within the sector.
One of the topics that you were asked to address in your statement was how the New South Wales Public Service captures and tracks data about instances of anti-Semitism in the public service, and you've referred to the People Matter employee survey, which is now run through, I think, the Premier's department.
That's right.
And in 2025, that recorded that 6% of respondents to the survey said they'd witnessed racism, and 3% said they had experienced it.
That's right. It is pleasing to see that there is a downward trend in people reporting through the survey that they've witnessed or experienced racism or witnessed or experienced discrimination. Having said that, no level of racism or discrimination is acceptable. I think the figures hopefully reflect some of our efforts over the past few years, not only from the centre but across the sector, but there's more work to do.
And at the moment, to your knowledge, data about complaints of anti-Semitism in terms of alleged misconduct by government sector employees is not collected or managed centrally across the New South Wales public sector.
That's right.
And they're handled on an agency by agency basis, those sorts of complaints. And in circumstances where part of your role is fostering public service culture and building confidence in the sector, should your office be provided with that sort of complaints data so as to get an overview of what cultural issues might be arising in different agencies?
I think we need to tread very carefully when we're talking about providing data coming out of conduct matters that are occurring in agencies. Conduct matters are generally handled on a confidential basis. Those matters might also be the subject of PIDs, public interest disclosures, so that is handled confidentially. I do get data through the People Matter employee survey and through workforce profile data as well. And I think the lack of centralised data on complaints certainly hasn't been a barrier to undertaking work on inclusion, racism, and including anti-Semitism.
I understand the confidentiality concerns, but data could be provided in a de-identified sense, that is, without providing the details of the complaint or the incident. We had this number of complaints of anti-Semitism against staff and the like. That sort of de-identified data is one possibility.
It is a possibility. I think, though, given that the data collection function now sits with the Premier's department, they would really take the lead on whether it's appropriate to go down that path.
Oh, I see. Would you consider it useful in your role to have that sort of information in order to inform the development of guidance and training and the like across the sector?
Look, as I said before, the absence of the centralised complaints data has not been an impediment to doing work around racism and anti-Semitism. We will use the data that's available. There's also, data about the community more broadly. So we draw data from a number of sources.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes. Ms. Calvin.
Thank you, Commissioner. One topic, 3 questions.
Yes.
Ms. Lowe, at paragraph 34 and 36 of your statement, you refer to the fact that agencies across the New South Wales Public Service handle complaints, for instance, about the conduct of public service servants within that agency.
Yes.
With that in mind, you recall earlier in your evidence, counsel assisting posed an example of a nurse in a public hospital making comment. And in your answer, you indicated why you did not consider you're in a position to squarely answer the question as to whether that would necessarily be a breach of the code. Can I ask, if a complaint was made about such a comment, would you expect the consequential process would include consideration as to whether such conduct amounted to a breach of the code and any other applicable regime?
Yeah, so if a complaint was made, the agency's complaints policy and procedure would kick in, and that process could consider whether there was a breach of a code. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Morality?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. You are
Thank you.
excused.
Thank you.
I now call Ms. Sharp.
Yes.
Taking an oath for affirmation. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do. Could you please state your name?
Clare Sharp.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission dated 24 June 2026.
I have.
Do you have a copy of that there with you?
I do.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, Commissioner, STA.0212.0001.0017_R.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
You are currently the Head of Immigration in the Department of Home Affairs,
I am.
and you've held that role since July 2025.
That's correct.
And you've had various roles in the department since June 2023.
Correct.
Could I just explore with you the powers the department has available to deal with visa applicants or visa holders who might be thought to hold anti-Semitic or other hateful views? I appreciate that one needs to pay close attention to the statutory scheme, but we'll try to summarise them at a high level. So first of all, there is a power to refuse an application for a visa where a person fails what is described as the character test.
That's correct.
And likewise a power to cancel a visa if a person fails the character test.
Correct.
And there are various ways in which a person might fail the character test as defined under the Act, and they include the ways that are set out at paragraph 66 of your statement, correct?
Correct.
Could I just go to a couple of those? They include the ones at paragraph 66.4, which includes, for example, vilifying a segment of the Australian community.
Correct.
Or inciting discord in the Australian community or a segment of that community.
That's correct.
And that example there, inciting discord in the Australian community or a segment of it, that was the power relied upon to cancel the visa of a person who attended the National Socialist Network rally outside New South Wales Parliament House in November 2025. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But it was, I think, under the previous version of the legislation which imposed the test of would incite discord as opposed to might. Is that right?
That is correct.
That alteration, the lower threshold of might rather than would, came about through the Combating Antisemitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Act from earlier this year.
Yes, that's correct.
In respect of that incident, you've explained in your statement that through a combination of media monitoring and contact from the Sydney Morning Herald, the department commenced consideration of the cancellation of that person's visa on the same day as the protest. Is that right? You can refer to page 0050 if that assists.
Yes, that's correct.
What was the nature of that contact from the Sydney Morning Herald?
I don't have the specific
terms of the media request, but typically it would, let me give a more general answer. Typically when we get a media inquiry referring to a person, we will immediately start looking to confirm the facts and work on what an appropriate response would be.
I see. And the cancellation of that person's visa occurred on the 17th of November, so that is 9 days after the rally, is that right?
That's correct.
And that person was subsequently detained and removed from Australia ultimately.
Yes, that's correct.
And that ground, inciting discord in the Australian community or a segment of it, that was also the ground relied on in the case of Miss Candice Owens-Farmer.
It was.
And she had applied for a temporary visa to travel to Australia to undertake a speaking tour.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was in circumstances where there had already been widespread reporting across the media about comments she had made directed at a number of different issues and groups, but which included some comments about the Holocaust.
That's correct.
And ultimately her visa was refused.
Yes.
She went on to challenge that refusal in the High Court on the basis that that provision of the Act infringed the implied freedom of political communication.
That's correct.
And that challenge was dismissed.
Correct.
Now, that decision, I think, was also made under the previous version of the legislation that imposed the would standard rather than the might standard. Is that right?
That's correct.
That lowering of the threshold from would to might, has that been useful?
It has.
In what sense?
It's enabled us to make earlier and more risk-based decisions. With some of these decisions, when the standard was set at would, it did require us to go through, at times, fairly lengthy processes, as you can probably imagine, with counsel and the like, to test whether we had enough evidence, disclosable evidence, to meet the threshold. Lowering the test to might does allow us to move more quickly in some instances.
At 66.5 of your statement, that's another basis upon which someone might fail the character test, correct?
That's correct.
And the provisions you refer to in paragraph 66.5 were also inserted by the legislation earlier this year?
That's correct.
Those grounds have not been used as yet?
Not yet.
And can you say why that is?
I think it's a combination of things. In a lot of cases, there are multiple grounds that we could have available to us, so we will always pick the one where we think we have the most legally robust basis for cancellation. And so I think in the current environment, and with the High Court recently affirming 5016D, which is the incite discord ground, if you like, that certainly is one we're very confident in using. Our decision makers are, there's a well-established practice around it, such that when we're under pressure and need to move very quickly, I think there's and the same set of speech, for want of a better example, could satisfy either. To date, we've been continuing to use the powers that are tested and well understood. That being said, I do think we will use these new grounds. We're just sort of continuing to, we operate a very large machine in immigration. There are many decision makers, so you don't expect to turn really quickly. But I guess I want to give confidence that when the conduct is identified, we do act, and we just choose the best ground available.
I see. You make the point in your statement that even when someone fails to meet the character test, refusal of a visa is not mandatory. The decision maker still has a discretion whether or not to cancel. Is that right?
That's correct. For those particular grounds, they're discretionary cancellation grounds.
Yes. And as you explain around about paragraph 109 of your statement, the decision maker is to take account of other matters that may be for or against cancellation, including, for example, the person's ties to Australia or the best interests of any children they might have a relationship with.
That's correct.
Now, there may be some members of the community who wonder how someone who is at risk of inciting discord could ever hold a visa. Can you just explain why it's appropriate to have a discretion of that kind and to take those sorts of matters into account?
Yeah, and I would note that Ministerial Direction 110, which guides decision makers in how they weigh those various considerations, does make clear that protection of the Australian community is the predominant consideration, or the overarching, but each administrative decision has to be an exercise of power by the individual and decision maker. We can't fetter their discretion, so they do need to weigh the various considerations. We have, each of these cases turns very carefully on the facts of that case, and I absolutely accept there can be a sort of instinctive reaction that someone who said a hateful thing should never be allowed to step foot in Australia. But individual facts and human beings, there's any myriad of ways. They're complex. They could have very young children. A parent could be dying. I'm not saying that those things necessarily justify or override the hateful nature of something that has been said, but the weighing process allows for people to very deliberately, a decision maker to very deliberately think through a set of considerations. They also are pretty important for ensuring we are able to act consistently with a range of our international law obligations around rights of the child and separation of family units and such. But I absolutely accept that there could be different views on what should be a mandatory cancellation ground and what should be a discretionary cancellation ground.
But when you mention our international obligations, particularly having regard to the obligations respecting the rights of the child, a decision maker needs to carefully weigh consideration of removing a parent of a young child. Is that the case?
That's correct. That's what the Convention on the Rights of the Child requires us to do. It's not an absolute requirement. We do from time to time remove parents, but that's where discretion and these decisions are complex decisions.
There's also a power to cancel a visa where a person might be a risk to safety or good order of the Australian community or a segment of the community, or the safety of an individual or individuals.
Yes.
And in that case, the mere expression of, say, an anti-Semitic view is not enough to satisfy that test. Obviously, the decision maker has to be satisfied of the risk that I've identified being a risk to the good order of the community.
That's correct.
For example. Now, it was this power that was relied on to cancel Kanye West's visa in 2025, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was in circumstances where, for example, he'd released a song called Heil Hitler. Yes?
That's correct.
And had expressed other views of an anti-Semitic nature. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You've extracted at paragraph 59 of your statement an excerpt from the general visa cancellation powers procedural instruction.
Yes.
Which provides some guidance around what good order means.
Yes, that's correct.
And so that includes that there's a risk to good order of the Australian community might arise if there's an element of a risk that a visa holder's presence in Australia might be disruptive to the proper administration or observance of Australian law, or create difficulties or public disruption in relation to the values, balance and equilibrium of Australian society.
That's correct.
And also notes that a delegate may be satisfied that a person's presence in Australia poses a risk to the good order of the Australian community or a segment of it if there's evidence a visa holder in Australia is inciting people in the community to violence. Correct?
Correct.
Or there's evidence that a visa holder in Australia is publicly advocating violence against a particular social group.
Yes, that's correct.
So in circumstances, let's say there are circumstances where a person is not inciting anyone to violence or publicly advocating for violence, but is nevertheless espousing fairly extreme and explicit anti-Semitic views. Could that fall under the good order ground, or would you be looking to another ground to cover that scenario?
Oh, it could. I think it could. I think that inciting violence is at one extreme, but I think if there was clear statements of hate against that were anti-Semitic in nature, that could absolutely, and particularly it's important when we're looking at this, we do consider the current social context we're in. Right at the moment, we're in a particularly fractious environment, and we are very sensitively looking at any kind of anti-Semitic statement because we're interested in, would this be disruptive to the community, and noting how, particularly in the post-Bondi environment, but well before Bondi, we're really, since October 7, the environment has been very fractious and challenging, and we don't need additional voices necessarily in espousing hate. And so the way we're applying that good order ground does allow room for us to work in that way.
Right. And so would relevant factors in making that assessment of whether it rises to a risk to good order include, for example, how high profile the individual was
Yes.
who's espousing those views?
Yes, the level of influence and like that goes very directly to how disruptive that person's presence in Australia will be. Are there going to be mass protests in the street on either side of the debate? That's highly relevant.
I see. And potentially the extent of the social media following that they have, that might be a relevant consideration as well?
Correct, because that's a great lead indicator of how many people will notice they're here and pay any attention to what they say.
I see. Could I then ask you about some practical questions about how one goes about collecting information about somebody's history of hateful views and how those powers are then exercised in practice. But could I start just by asking you to speak to the volume of visa applications that the department is dealing with each year. Taking 2024 to 2025 as an example, you note at paragraph 14 that the department received almost 9.5 million visa applications for family, skilled and temporary visa programs in that year.
Yes, that's correct.
And in the same year there were 2,216 cancellations or refusals on character grounds.
That's correct.
And 37,033 cancellations on other grounds.
That's correct.
But as you've noted, not all of those cancellations were in respect of persons found to have some sort of malicious intent. It could be, for example, that a student visa is cancelled because a person's completed their course of study.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, in circumstances where in that year there were 9.5 million visa applications, is it feasible for the department to screen every single visa applicant for anti-Semitic or other hateful views?
To cut to chase, no, it's not practical to screen in the same way each person, but what we do, we've adopted a kind of layered risk-based approach to do, to use the best intelligence-led, risk-led approach to identifying who does need to be screened, because obviously screening 9.5 million, and that's the visa applicants, and there's all the current visa holders. There's currently just over 12 million people worldwide holding an Australian visa. Many of the vast majority of those are not in Australia, but that exposes the kind of total scale of the problem in terms of who might out there hold a view that we wouldn't necessarily agree with.
And when you say a risk management approach, what do you mean by that?
I mean, there are certain visa types people might apply for if their intent is to come to Australia to speak publicly on a topic. So we can say, well, let's look more closely at those, or we can we can and do. I've given some in my evidence the way we use the Central Movement Alert List to, if we do identify someone with controversial views, we can put that into our system so we're aware should they apply for a visa. That sort of systematic response to give ourselves the best chance of finding those people and making sure that the fact we've identified someone doesn't mean we won't grant them a visa, but it gives us an opportunity to carefully look at their application and to do screening if we want to of their social media or other public statements they may have made.
In a moment I'll come to ask you about that that alert system you've mentioned and some of the other ways by which the department receives information. But before we get there, you've noted a couple of other challenges for the department in terms of identifying those who may have engaged in anti-Semitic or other hateful conduct, one of which you refer to as the sheer scale of online communications that may be linked to visa applicants or visa holders. Explain what you mean by that.
Well, as you've heard, already, I think in some of your earlier hearing blocks, one person may have multiple social media accounts, and some of the more prolific users might be posting, 50, 60 times a day, like huge volume, including liking content or having an emoji type of reaction where you're trying to work out what is this person's view in relation to that post when it's not their own post. So just the sheer volume of when you go to look at one person, working out how many handles they have, where are they operating, how many platforms, and then trawling through what could be years worth of content to try and work out, have they said something offensive? How far back would you go to try and identify that? So there is a volume.
And that assumes you can even identify the person posting as the visa applicant, because of course sometimes people use anonymous or handles that aren't easy to line
Absolutely.
up with the actual identity of the visa applicant.
That's right, and multiple handles, and then you're exactly right. To be able for us to then, we have to, we're making evidence-based, decisions that have really weighty consequences for an individual. So we're held to a higher standard, rightly. So yes, the attribution question is difficult if people are posting anonymously or using pseudonyms. It can make it very, very difficult for us.
I see. And in terms of the processes that are in place to alert the department of visa applicants or visa holders that might be at risk of engaging in hate speech, I appreciate the details of some of that are understandably confidential, so I can't ask you about all of them in this forum, but can I ask you about a few? For example, the department receives information from law enforcement, intelligence partners and other external agencies from time to time through various established relationships.
Yes, that's correct.
And it can also receive information from the public through various sources.
Yeah, that's right.
One of which you refer to as the Border Watch platform. What does that involve?
That's you can hop online and have a look. It's a web form effectively where a member of the public can submit a concern about an immigration matter or a customs matter, and it'll move in, and we use that to, it's a very helpful form of information or intelligence that helps us guide our effort. We have recently updated that form so that we have a flag on there. Someone can tick, this relates to hate speech, and that allows us for a faster escalation process into the team managing that much more quickly.
And there are a number of areas of the department that monitor the media.
Yes, correct.
And that occurs on a daily basis, I assume?
Yes. it's on a constant basis.
Yes, yes. And there is then also what you've referred to earlier as the Central Movement Alert List. Could
Yes.
you just explain what that is?
So that is a system that we administer in the department, and it stores information about individuals and travel documents that pose an immigration or a national security concern. It allows us to flag, if you like, either an individual or a travel document they might be moving on, or some other document, so that if that appears in some other form part of our processing system, the decision maker or the person dealing with that person can see that there has been a concern in the past in relation to that person, and allows them to apply the appropriate degree of scrutiny to, I guess, the transaction that the person's context has come up in, the context have come up in.
And that contains alerts relating to what you refer to as controversial visitors?
That's correct.
Which is not a term used in the legislation, but a term used in departmental policies?
Yes. So as we went through just a little while ago, the legislation doesn't talk about controversial visitors. It talks about people who might be coming to vilify or incite discord. The way we've operationalised a kind of system to help us identify those people is we have established a policy construct around controversial visitors. So they're high-profile individuals who are known for saying controversial things. Being a controversial visitor, flagged as a controversial visitor in our system, does not mean you will not get a visa. It just means that we are aware of your intention to travel and are making a very conscious decision about the appropriateness or otherwise of that against the Migration Act requirements.
All right. So receiving an alert of that kind might then provide a trigger for seeking further information about that person?
Yeah, that's correct.
Can I then move on to ask you about the training that is in place at the department, and particularly for those who are dealing with visas and visa applications? I take it you'd agree that in circumstances where those who are assessing visa applications may need to make an assessment of whether or not someone's engaging in hate speech, they need to be trained to recognise what hate speech is.
That's correct.
And likewise, they should be trained to recognise what anti-Semitic hate speech looks like.
That's correct, yes.
And you're aware that an aspect of the Special Envoy's action plan was the provision of anti-Semitism training to staff within the Department of Home Affairs, and in particular those involved with processing visa applications?
Yes, I'm aware.
And to that end, the department has been developing anti-Semitism training for senior executives and staff involved in visa processing?
Yes.
In collaboration with the Special Envoy and the Sydney Jewish Museum?
Yes, that's right.
And a pilot of that program took place from December 2025 to February 2026?
Yes, that's correct.
That includes an online element as well as an in-person element delivered by the Head of Education at the Sydney Jewish Museum?
Yes.
And who attended that pilot program?
We wanted to get, because ultimately the program will be rolling out to a really wide range of staff, we wanted to get a real cross-section of end users, if you like, involved in the pilot. So we had about half, so about 200 did it. 105 of those were senior executives, and those senior executives were across all kinds of roles in the department, so from the secretary and myself and other deputies through to people working in immigration and multicultural affairs policy and programming and delivery, but also some of my national security colleagues also participated. And then at the more operational staff, we then focused on team leaders and some decision makers in particular parts of our visa decision making area. Particularly, we wanted the staff who are most commonly involved in assessing visas where this sort of conduct comes up, or these sorts of factual, circumstance hate speech is a feature of the decision. So staff from all of the character delegates, for example, who make these character decisions, did the pilot training. They'll, I suspect, do the final they did it, and they'll do it again when the final programming rolls out as well. But their views were really relevant because we needed the expertise of the Sydney Jewish Museum and the special envoy to guide us on the anti-Semitism, the content, but we really needed those users understanding what did they learn, have they learnt effectively, and a really interesting bit of feedback. A lot of them wanted more than what we provided in the first pilot on, so how does this work in the Migration Act? How does that work in the context of those legislative provisions we just went through? So it was really useful to get that kind of broad cross-section of staff involved.
And so that program is now in the process of being refined before it's rolled out further?
I would say we've finished the refining, and we're starting the broad rollout next week.
Okay. And is it envisaged that all those dealing with visa applications will do it, or just a subset dealing with the more relevant types of visa applications?
So we've structured it to be 3 modules. Module 1 will be the unit that the APSC, Joanne Talbot, just referred to. That will be made available to all 6,000 staff in immigration, and they will be strongly encouraged to do it. For staff who are in roles where they may directly be involved in decision making, we will be, if they chose not to do it, we would be working with them on what kind of role they'd like to do that didn't involve that kind of decision making, because we do need staff who are directly involved, having completed that training. Module 2 are the face-to-face workshops. They won't be rolled out to every person, but again, it's sort of an escalating tier, if you like. They will be a smaller group of decision makers and managers who are directly engaging in the sort of coming across hate speech and anti-Semitism, and then module 3 will be the visa decision makers who are directly applying those provisions of the Act.
You also note at paragraph 44 that the new training will contain content relating to the amendments enacted by the legislation from early this year. Does that mean that staff haven't received any training on that new legislation as yet?
No, we haven't rolled it out. What we've done is concentrated decision making as it relates to those new provisions into a very small team in the character branch. Those officers are very familiar with the provisions and have been working on the training, and will also be the character delegates. But so just in this interim phase for the new 6A powers that's sitting there, and we have certainly made very clear to the broader group who use 5016D that the change of would to might has been made, which is a less complicated change to talk to people about.
I see. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes.
I understand there was an application.
Mr. Borski.
Yes. If the Commissioner pleases, we did make an application for leave to cross-examine.
Yes.
I know it's been a long day, but may we be granted that leave?
Yes, you have.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp, I just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions about training, please. As I understand your evidence just given in answer to Councillor Assisting, you agree that those in the department who are involved in visa processing should have anti-Semitism awareness training, is that right?
Yes. Sorry, I don't want to sound too qualified. Those who are involved in making decisions that involve these powers, that involve, so we have 2,700 visa decision makers, and many of those decision makers don't necessarily engage with the issues before the Royal Commission in terms of hateful conduct, but certainly the group of decision makers who either would be coming across applications where these issues would be raised need the highest level of training. We do want as many staff as possible to do Module 1, to have that broad social awareness of anti-Semitism.
Module 1 is referred to at paragraph 43.1 of your statement. That's the 45-minute self-paced generic online e-learning module, is it?
That's right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
That's a unit that was described by Ms. Talbot earlier.
Yes.
It provides a base understanding of the IRA definition and how the common tropes of anti-Semitism appear, and provide that kind of base understanding.
But it's module 2 that is the longer form interactive learning opportunity that gives the deeper understanding. You agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. It allows, in the module version of module 2 I did earlier in the year, it really allows you to have conversations and draw out the distinction between legitimate criticism, for example, of the government of Israel versus what would be anti-Semitic, and the way the grey or the nuance needs to be understood, and where do you go when you don't know what to do. It's a much more discursive forum.
Okay, so at the very least, all those members of the department, case officers, I think they might be called, all those in the department involved in making visa decisions under the character ground should do at least module 2 of this training program, shouldn't they, Ms. Sharp?
Yeah, that's what we're working towards. We're expecting around, in this initial phase of the rollout that we're about to roll out, we expect about 500 officers will do module 2.
Of the, you said about 6,000.
There's 6,000 in immigration. We're not sort of capped. We will work. We do need to. We're very much focused on making sure this training is meaningful and that it is working. Mm-hmm. So we absolutely, if we get feedback saying actually this is great, please can we do more? Can we roll out wider? We may go much wider than that.
The pilot to which you referred was conducted, I think, from December 2025 to February 26. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's the pilot of the program which you ran in conjunction with the Sydney Jewish Museum and the Special Envoy?
Yes, that's correct.
The feedback from that pilot, as I understand it, but tell the Commissioner if I'm wrong, has been very positive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think overall there was a real interest in doing it. I think a lot of people had a real thirst for better understanding what is anti-Semitism. Like I think you heard from Ms. James earlier that there's many people who just don't have a good understanding of what is going on in the society around them. If they're not Jewish and they're not in a kind of area with a lot of Jewish people, they very well meaning, and but they haven't had exposure, and so this is really critical for them, particularly in policy roles where they're trying to make policy for the whole of Australia, to get that depth of understanding.
And so it would be worthwhile, wouldn't it, even for those case officers, members of the department who might not be focused solely on or involvement on character ground assessments, but also more broadly under the general cancellation, the good order cancellation, which you say in your statement is often utilised in instances of anti-Semitic speech. It would be appropriate for all of them to do the second module of training too, wouldn't it, Michelle?
Yes. So just for complete, we will not be capping or preventing anyone who wants to do the training from doing the training.
No, I'm asking for a bit more than that.
But for the people who will say to perform this role you need to do the training, we will certainly be looking at the people who need to interact with provisions that deal with good order or character.
Why wouldn't you just make it a requirement, though, for all involved in these sorts of visa decisions? It's not a budgetary constraint issue, is it?
No, it's not a budgetary
So why
constraint.
wouldn't you just make it a requirement for everyone involved, given the complexities and the challenges of identifying anti-Semitism to which you refer in your evidence?
For all visa decision makers?
Yes.
We might look at that. Maybe a better way of thinking about it is for this phase where we want to get this, particularly the face-to-face training, it is, we need enough trainers to do it. We want to make sure the people who need it most get it first, as in their day-to-day job needs it first. And we may well end up in a position, once we've worked through our whole workforce, of being in a position that says everyone, we should do it. I guess there's a real question. There are some, philosophically, we believe that when training is seen as something that's we want people to go in with an open mind, ready to learn, willing to learn, and not doing it because they're told they must do it. So to the extent possible, we would prefer to encourage people and say, this is an excellent resource, you will learn a lot, rather than somehow pushing it into a space where people resent the fact they're being made to do it.
Okay, could I move to another topic then? And it's the use frequently or infrequently by members in your officers in your department of the character test in assessing refusals or cancellations of visas. It's a subject you address in your statement. The risk-based approach, I think you've referred to it as sometimes going for not the character test ground, but a different ground, like, for example, the applicant used the wrong form or applied for the wrong visa, because that might be a surer basis for refusal than character test.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I just want to ask you about the about one of the case studies which you've referred to in your statement, and you referred to it in response to a question from Ms. Hager, Senior Counsel Assisting. That's the Kanye West case study, case study number 2 in your statement. Now, his visa was cancelled in 2025 under the general cancellation power, not under the character test ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you're aware, aren't you, that years prior to that ultimate cancellation in 2025, it was widely reported that Kanye West had engaged in anti-Semitic speech or conduct?
Yes, I'm aware.
So in 2022, he, on social media, he posted that he was, quote, going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, unquote. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that.
And he posted an image of a swastika inside a Star of David. He praised Hitler, and he expressed Holocaust denialism. Are you aware of those facts?
I am.
And he lost well-known corporate sponsorship as a result of this, and these issues were widely reported, probably across the globe, but certainly in Australia. You agree with me?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And he was then, and perhaps still is, high profile with a large social media following.
Yes.
Which are a couple of the factors you referred to in answer to Counsel Assisting about what might trigger consideration of a particular person's character and visa status. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, there was nothing coded or complex or nuanced about this anti-Semitic conduct, was there?
No.
It was plainly not legitimate political discussion. It was just a clear-cut case of anti-Semitic speech or conduct.
Yes.
And do you agree that there would then have been good grounds for cancellation of his visa under the character test in 2022 or shortly after?
He didn't hold a visa in 2022, so he couldn't have cancelled. Sorry, I'm just struggling a bit with your framing of that there would have been good ground. The legal fact of him holding a visa didn't exist in 2022.
Well, I'm not graced with the unredacted version of your statement, so I don't want to transgress in material I shouldn't be in. But from public reports, we understand that he was a holder of a visa for many, many years prior to its cancellation in 2025.
It's not accurate to say he was a holder of a visa for many, many years.
Let me rephrase it. Do you agree that he would have failed the character test, even on an application for a visa, say, in circumstances of the clear anti-Semitic speech and conduct?
So a delegate
in 2022.
A delegate did find that that having considered those statements and weighing a range of other factors associated with the visa application in accordance with our framework that considers things like ties to the Australian community, purpose of the travel, and a variety of things, that the delegate did conclude that the visa could be granted originally prior to, and then, as the case study outlines, following the release of that song, Hail Hitler, the decision was made to cancel that visa.
And again, without wanting to stray impermissibly into confidential material, which I'm not authorised to know, is it your evidence that it's the release of the song Heil Hitler that somehow tipped the balance into a more clear-cut or weighty example of anti-Semitism as compared to the earlier track record in 2022 of praising Hitler, going DEFCON 3 on the Jews, posting swastikas, etc.?
This line of questioning is interesting in that it draws out the challenge we have in terms of proximity of time when statements are made, and the weighing of the discretion that a decision maker has in terms of, will the person's presence in Australia, he did, how will that affect the community? Absolutely, that release of the song Hail Hitler did change a finely balanced decision the other way.
Okay, can I ask you a more general question on this topic, removed from the particular facts of this case? Okay. You refer to Ministerial Direction 110 in your statement, and you mentioned it orally as well in your evidence this afternoon. And that refers to and defines serious conduct,
yes,
which has a particular legal implication in this context, as I'm sure you know with respect. Can I ask you, is anti-Semitic speech or anti-Semitic conduct serious conduct within the meaning of Ministerial Direction 110?
It can be, yes.
But is it per se? Is an example, an established example on evidence of anti-Semitic speech or conduct serious conduct, or is the answer it depends?
No, I think a clear example of anti-Semitic conduct will be serious conduct.
So
it's defined in the ministerial direction itself as a public act that could incite hatred towards a group of people who have a particular characteristic such as race. And so I think an anti-Semitic statement or conduct falls squarely within that definition of serious conduct.
Thank you. And so therefore it would be a mandatory consideration for a decision maker in these decisions.
What the effect of being serious conduct for the purpose of the ministerial direction is that the decision maker needs to turn their mind to the serious conduct, yes, and decide whether that serious conduct enlivens the grounds.
That's what I mean by mandatory. Not necessarily a decisive consideration, but a mandatory one to which the decision maker must turn her or his mind.
Correct.
Thank you. And then just finally, back to this risk-based approach to which you've explained in your evidence, which as I understand it is characterised in this way. Sometimes officers might not rely on character grounds or other facts, even in cases, for example, of anti-Semitic conduct, because they choose instead to rely on another available ground that might be stronger or might be supported by more established case law. Is that a fair summary of the approach in this particular context of anti-Semitism?
Yeah, and sometimes for just sheer administrative efficiency. If there's an objective fact, like you're required by your visa to be enrolled in a course of study and you're not, that is a very rapid cancellation decision, yes. Very difficult to challenge in a court. So just in terms of administration, a more effective ground.
I accept that with respect, but is one consequence of that risk-based approach that a person might either fail a visa application or have a visa refused or cancelled on a more straightforward and less controversial ground, such as the one you mentioned, instead of on a character ground, even if there might be evidence of... Sorry, I'll just finish the question and then give you an opportunity. And then in a future application, there won't be the need to demonstrate a material change in circumstances as there would have been had he or she failed the character test first time round.
So in that, where that situation's arisen, we ensure the client record, if we have information to suggest that the person has... we'd had a report or some information to suggest the person's engaged in anti-Semitism, we will ensure that information is clearly on the client record, and as needed, they may be added to that central movement alert list. Obviously the decision and the decision record will stand on the grounds we've relied on, but we do ensure that that information is not lost such that it can be taken into account in a future decision-making process.
But in paragraph 139, I think, of your statement, you say that cancellations and refusals are recorded in the department systems based on the legislative ground and not on the type of conduct of the matters about which you were just giving it. And that's why you, or perhaps those assisting you, needed to do a manual review to generate table 1 in your statement. What am I missing there? How's that to be reconciled with your previous answer?
I was referring to my statement in paragraph 142. The information resulting in the referral, even if it is not ultimately used in a decision, is retained in the relevant departmental systems. So we're making a distinction between the ground that we cancelled on, that's how we collect our statistics, but should we need to call up a record, we will see that referred information.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Kaplan?
A few very short questions,
Yes.
Commissioner. Ms. Sharp, Mr. Borski asked you about the expression serious conduct as it's used in the ministerial direction. Can I direct your attention to the terms of section 501 of the Act? You're familiar, obviously, with subsection 6 capital A, which was introduced earlier this year. Would you say that conduct of the kind referred to in subsection 6 capital A is serious conduct within the meaning of the ministerial direction?
Yes.
And in the light of that response, what do you take from the express reference in one of the notes to subsection 6 capital A to anti-Semitic statements being an example of statements that involve harmful ideas based on superiority over or hatred of other persons on the basis of ethnic origin, as mentioned in various provisions referred to in subsection 6 capital A?
So that note was included in the legislation just for the avoidance of doubt that expressing an anti-Semitic view is expressing hatred or superiority over a person. One of the reasons it was put in there was there's been some litigation in the past about whether anti-Semitism is discrimination on the basis of race or religion, and we just wanted to avoid any doubt that our intent was squarely to capture anti-Semitism with those provisions.
So is it fair to say then, or is it your view, that the Act, through that provision, in particular the note which refers expressly to anti-Semitic statements, indicates that the making of anti-Semitic statements is a form of serious conduct?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, you said in response to a question put by counsel, I'll just move on to training now. You said in response to a question put by counsel assisting that Module 2 will be an escalating tier. What did you mean by that?
What I meant is Module 1 will be strongly encouraged for all 6,000 officers in immigration, and Module 2 goes more in depth. It's more time intensive, and a greater investment of resources. So a smaller group of decision makers and others who need that training more will do that. So we go from currently on our current rollout timetable, we're working towards 500 people doing Module 2, and then Module 3 will be a smaller group again. Based on that's what I meant by escalating. Those sort of the greatest need to know get the most training in that sort of tiered way.
Might the department encourage non-section 501 decision makers to complete Module 2?
Yes.
One last question, and this picks up something that you said again in response to a question put by counsel assisting. You mentioned that there may be views held by the community that someone who's engaged in hateful conduct shouldn't hold a visa. Are community views or expectations reflected in any ministerial direction which decision makers making character-related decisions have to take into account?
Yes, the ministerial direction 110, and if you go to paragraph 73 of my evidence of my statement, does discuss the way the views of the community are really relevant, and as I was saying earlier, the nature of the debate and the social environment we're in is really relevant to what is inciting discord. You know, what these all of these provisions are directed towards supporting cohesion and have a protective element, and so the nature of the debate and the views of the community are highly relevant.
Thank you. I've no further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Anything arising?
Nothing arising, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms Sharp. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I will now adjourn the Commission until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.